Mr. Goomba, can you teach me how to sing Japanese?
Sing Japanese?
Yeah.
So the first thing you need to realize is that singing and speaking Japanese are two very different things.
Oh, are they?
Inflections are all over the place, just like they are in our music, but worse. There's also a habit in a lot of Japanese music, like shite is like to do, but it can be rounded to shite, and a lot of those words get rounded in Japanese music to a point where it's almost incomprehensible sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
The opposite
Mark, can you back me
also
up on that?
happens. Yeah, the opposite also happens where like there are words. Japanese likes to have elongated vowels, and there are two words that sound exactly the same except one has an elongated I, and they mean completely different things. And in songs, they will just elongate it to be 2 syllables when it should be 1. And you're like, great, that changes the entire purpose of this sentence.
So, like, for the funny people who want to sing Bakamitai, there's a lot of those weird instances where stuff either gets rushed or stretched out, and it's really weird.
Let me ask this question then. If it's a pre-existing Japanese song that has lyrics, is it easier or is it like harder?
I don't know what you mean by pre-existing Japanese song.
Okay,
I would assume it's easier because you're just learning it musically.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't have to worry about what you're actually saying. You're not writing it yourself.
If you're writing lyrics, it's a whole new fucking ballpark.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because I'm just gonna say this. A friend of mine wants me to do Wayward Daughter. And they were like, oh, we can do the female singing part in English. And I'm like, I kind of want to sing it in Japanese, but I need to learn how to sing it in Japanese.
So it's syllabic, so it's kind of like learning how to sing in Latin.
Yeah, a little bit.
So just rehearse. Like, if it's just one song, the quirks won't matter.
Fair enough.
But Gaijin, now that you say that, like, the inflections would be all over the place if we did, like, a back translation thing, I now desperately want to hear... I believe in a thing called love. I want to hear someone in Japanese go that. I want to hear someone in Japanese hit that.
It's out there. You know what? I bet you Pen Pineapple Apple Pen guy did it.
Oh yeah,
I bet you too.
Do you know that guy had his own cafe for like 6 months?
Dude, I saw that cafe. That song was on repeat. I'm like, imagine working there for 8 hours. I think I would kill someone. I think those employees in particular are allowed to kill one person a year. I think that should be allowed. Oh my god.
Clause. If you work there, you can purge. One person.
Hi everybody. Hi chat. I'm not sick. Well, I'm still sick, but I'm not dying as hard.
Don't lie.
Yeah.
You are still.
I'm not sick.
I will cough. It is inevitable, but I'm not like shuddering in my chair, wrapped up in 2 blankets, hacking my lungs out anymore, which is nice.
Monty is just good enough to run, which is just good enough for us, so we'll take it.
Yeah.
But luckily, we're going to spare her some time because she has some time before her part comes, because we're going to start off our round table with the one and only Mark Allen Jr.
What? You're supposed to start with Gaijin.
No, shut up, Mark.
No, shut up, Mark.
What the? I'm not ready.
Where can they find you, and what are you up to?
Oh God. Well, you can find me on Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr. here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming. Yeah, I'm a busy guy, but I am still doing my 3-hour music challenge streams on Sunday. This coming Sunday will be after a potentially 14-hour workday, but I'm gonna do it because music is important, and I want to get back into the habit of doing it every week. So come on by. We spin a genre wheel. We have 3 hours to make a piece of music in that genre. If you want to participate, you're more than welcome to. You can either create your own music electronically or however you see fit. Or if you only play one instrument, you can try and compose a piece with that one instrument using whatever the genre name that we have as inspiration. Whatever you want to do, if you want to participate, come on by. 3 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Other than that, I'm on Connor's channel on Tuesdays for Vecna Eve of Ruin. And yeah, there may be something happening this Friday, maybe, as like a sort of Valentine's Day special event, potentially 2 or 3 or 4-way stream spectacular. Maybe, possibly. Stay tuned for that. I will post about it on Blue Sky, and I'm sure other people who may or may not be in this particular group of people may post about it as well. We shall see. Other than that, watch Dr. Stone. That's it.
Mark out here getting that dough. You know who else is out here getting that dough? Good old Zitto. What are you up to, and how are you getting that dough?
Good thing you actually said that. You can find me over at twitch.tv/Zitto or on Blue Sky at zittoisneato.com. My commissions are completely open because I'm back on that job hunt nonsense, and it's soul crushing. So I'm gonna tell everyone the best thing that you can do right now is if you want me to draw you stuff, I'll do it. I need fiscal gain. Beyond that, you can catch me over on twitch.tv/Zitto, where I'll be playing some more indies that came out this month. We are like maybe $4 away from the budget that I'm allowed for the month. So from now on, it's mostly just going to be demos. But holy shit, the fact that I blew through almost $100 in a single, like, first week and a half of the month on indie games means that there's some pretty damn good ones out there. So if you stop by tomorrow, you can check that out. Also, if you join the Patreon, I'm going to be posting up the next update to Balcart there, and then put it on the message board like way later in the month. But 2 new characters just dropped. I posted them on Blue Sky. You can check them out now. Tomorrow, I will put the mod pack out for anyone who is at least $5 or up can get that pack fast and very quickly. And you get to hear the 2 new voice actors we got added on there, and they are really good.
Very, very nice. Monty Glue, we're going to kick it over to you so that you can start writing that intro. How are you, and what are you up to now that you're feeling better?
Oh my gosh. Well, when chat's not trying to make me buy an Oreo cake from Dairy Queen, you can, they tried to make me buy an Oreo cake off of Dairy Queen.
Right, but you ended up with chicken fingers, so not a total loss.
Yeah, not a total loss. However, you can find me, hopefully, tomorrow. I have to poke everybody and see if they're available, but hopefully we can get back to Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Oh my god, we've been out of that game for so long. Just so much stuff was happening. Magfest, I got sick. It was like, oh, I want to get back into the Dungeon of the Mad Mage. They leveled up. They're like level 17 now. I think they're level 15. They're high level now. They just leveled up again. They were on the wackiest, weirdest floor. They're gonna continue exploring, but Mad Mage is a lot, and I highly recommend it. Friday will be more Final Fantasy 14. We're still in Heaven's Word. We're having a good time there. Saturday is a pop-up stream, so I sometimes I'll stream, sometimes I won't. Been playing a lot of like smaller titles like Atlas and Balatro, and like web fishing and like these little indie games I've wanted to play. They're fun. I really like Atlas is really fun. I want to try Atlas again.
It took her 6 months, chat, but she's finally playing the games.
I am. Dude, I just don't have time. I'm busy.
I know.
Sunday, day off. Don't bother me. Monday is Kirby. Hopefully we can beat Kirby. That's also a very fun game. And then Monday evening, you can catch me over at Zayla Scribs channel, where I play as Koro, the Tiefling Monk. Tuesday, Vecna Eve of Ruin. And then, unfortunately, we had to cancel Keys from the Golden Vault because I wasn't the only one who was sick. 2 of the players were also sick. So, unfortunately, no Keys to the Golden Vault, but we'll be back on, I believe, the 22nd. So 2 weeks from now. But yeah, that's me. And of course, Wednesday, I'm here.
Hey, and that brings us around to Gaijin Goomba. What is up? Where can they find you, and what have you been doing?
Oh, I'm last. Okay. You can find me twitch.tv/Gaijin Goomba every Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 p.m. U.S. Central Time. And yeah, I do have a Blue Sky too. I don't think I've ever mentioned that, but I've had one for a while. Go check me out there. I'm gonna post paint jobs soon when I find the time. Big shout out to our very own Mark Allen Jr., who helped me with my computer woes. I would not be here without him, so thank you, Mark.
What?
So streaming. To many of my friends' dismay, I do not like Marvel Rivals. I hate Jeff. I hate Jeff. Jeff needs to die, or at least get a different ult. Spider-Man needs to end up in the trash where he belongs. And yeah, it just basically feels like Overwatch, which is not a compliment. And yeah, it's just not for me. If you like it, that's cool. I was so salty. I had my buddy Pancrase Snow Work, who's a Warhammer YouTuber, had him there with me. I got so salty. I just absolutely refused to make that video public. There was a lot of salt.
You should have asked me to join you. We could have made it fun.
I love Marvel Rivals with a 6-man stack because you and a friend could play Wolverine and Hulk, and you can just throw your friend. It's very fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had my entire chat in there. It's just, it has that inherent problem of there's no difficulty balance. So if you're new like me, you just get fucking reamed.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was a minute, right?
We're good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Anyway, however, good game. Well, for me, good game. There's this funny little game called Guns of Fury that's releasing tomorrow. Hey, chat, do you like Metal Slug? Do you like Metroidvania? Do you ever wish those two games would come together and form a glorious explosorama? Well, it's here, and it's Guns of Fury, and it's real good. I've already played through maybe about 40% of it, but I'm going to do a fresh game. Going to play through it this weekend, maybe beat it this weekend, we'll see. It's so good. It's so good, you need to check it out. New Orc video this weekend as well. Thank you for watching my weird TF2 is Orky video. That has done better than any other video on that channel, and I don't know why. But I'm doing a bit of a do or don't of my own, just talking about lore and how to use stuff in game, but I want to start with boys, because boys is boys. New Japan video gonna be coming out later this month. Hey, I'm finally gonna do a Witch Ninja on Koga from OG Pokemon.
Oh.
That man is confusing, in good and bad ways, so be on the lookout for that. I think that's it. Yeah. There's a crap ton of new boom shoot games coming out. Zitto, you need to keep me in the loop or tell me how to keep in the loop because I keep tripping into them.
Bro, I don't know. I'm just happy that I can find these things.
Dude, there's one called Incision. It's really good. Sorry, I'll wrap up. Yeah, no, that's just what's on the dock at the moment because boom shoot games is the fun and I'm actually good at them.
When are we gonna play Fly Night?
What's that?
Kingsfield co-op.
We'll see. We will see. That's it for me.
Which I guess brings us around to me. You can find me at EdBoscoVA on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and right here on twitch.tv/EdwardBosco, where tomorrow will be more Throwback Thursday. We have finished Psychonauts, and as voted on by you in the chat at the end of Psychonauts, we will be starting Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, which is the remake of the original Metal Gear Solid. My roommate has never played it, so we will be going through that. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you've never played Metal Gear, but you're interested, I highly recommend you come hang out, because we will play it for you while you get to enjoy an amazing story in an amazing universe that I personally really love and grew up on, because I played the original PlayStation version. That being said, Friday will be more wrestling. Saturday will be Baldur's Gate with a couple of the folks that you've seen on this channel. Sunday, football is over, but it is still the Lord's Day, and I am still off. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles on trouncing the Kansas City Chiefs. It was an incredible game. Kendrick Lamar killed the halftime show. Was lovely all around. Monday will be Stalwart Souls. However, not this upcoming week. We will be off, but we will be back to the Stalwart Souls soon. Tuesday is the Vecna Eve of Ruin game that you've heard so much about with Monty, run by Connor McKinley. Check out Devils and Dice Rolls. And speaking of Connor McKinley, he's the only one that we have left, so I'm going to kick it over to him to finish this off.
My video just stopped rendering. I don't have enough disk space.
No. It's like your inventory in Final Fantasy 14.
They can find me uploading Eve of Ruin Part 9 tomorrow. Or perhaps later tonight. The Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Blue Sky, Distortion Devil. It was like halfway through, too.
Oh, sorry.
Now I have to delete this partially rendered video and try again. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube.com, Blue Sky, Distortion Devil, Instagram, Connor McKinley, VA. You can find all of my TTRPG content, except for Eve of Ruin 9, over at youtube.com/Devils and Dice Rolls, where I'm uploading all of my TTRPG stuff, including a video I am working on. It's not just going to be a VOD channel, despite what YouTube thinks. Yes. Also, I have, as I mentioned earlier, a Patreon for Devils and Dice Rolls, patreon.com/Devils and Dice Rolls, where if any of this content or Eva Ruin or perhaps future games and one-shots sounds exciting to you, then you can get a chance to possibly be in one of those games, as higher tier patrons can have access to a pool I'll pick from for specific games. But that's a bit in the future. We're just getting started right now. We're already running into issues. Amazing. But for now, that's really about it for me. Stream schedules are being uploaded regularly, and they are being changed regularly because plans. But for now, that's really about it for me. Yeah.
If I wanted something really nice for my beard that was totally unrelated to my beard, where could I go?
Not a sponsor for us.
Well, I would go over to a channel that's actually sponsored by a beard sorcery.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But since you mentioned fantasy, since you mentioned fantasy themes, there's generally some tools that people need to use when playing TTRPGs. And I can think of no better place to grab some of these than at Die Hard Dice.
Die Hard Dice! Shoot! I flipped it again.
That's right. Die Hard Dice is your one-stop shop for dice and dice accessories. And if you head on over to dieharddice.com, you can use the code Unexpectables to save 10% on your order. As well, check out our merch store. We've got all sorts of fun things coming down the pipeline. As I've been hinting, fans of Campaign 1 will, I think, like our next content drop over at our merch store. But for now, we've got all sorts of different designs that are available already.
You tease.
Can we talk about the good thing that happened before we went live?
Oh,
absolutely.
So unless Bosco forgets to pack them.
Wow, that's how we're leading this? We're going to lead off with that?
He will be murdered.
He will be murdered on site. We officially have our Wark enamel pins. They arrived, and they look really good.
I have all of the pins, chat. Be nice to me. YouTube, be nice to me. I hold Wark in the palm of my hand.
So for those folks coming to Anime Detour, we have a limited supply. I believe we have 45 pins. We're gonna have a Wark.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want a Wark pin, swing by our table at Anime Detour. You can get a Wark pin. We have other stuff hopefully on its way. We have some stickers on their way and some keychains as well. But the Wark pins look really
they look
nice.
Fantastic. We have 44 then because one of these is mine, and
well,
I'm gonna beat
no.
you to it.
It's 50, but we're all getting a pin.
We're all taking one. Yes.
Yeah, all of us are taking one.
Yeah.
So there'll be 45
That's my boy.
afterwards. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm glad it arrived on time. Cause
I'll put it on my lapel, walk into a Japanese courtroom, and people are going to wonder what I do.
I'm so happy. They look phenomenal. Like Monty's showing us pictures, but like seeing them in person, the pictures don't do them justice.
Yeah,
they're
gonna
fantastic.
look way better.
They will absolutely fly off the shelves. So you have to come to Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically, Anime Detour, the 28th through the 30th. Huh?
Yes, you have to buy them, unfortunately, because they cost money.
So.
You do have to come to them.
Yeah. But thank you, Nutcase, again for doing the pins for us. It's so good.
Yeah.
More to come.
There's more. There's going to be hopefully keychains, hopefully stickers, and of course
and
prints.
Us.
We'll have prints
We'll
as well,
too.
and us, and we'll be there. Yeah. So very, very exciting. Infinite Case says honestly, I can't wait to meet y'all in person. I'm so excited. I can't wait, Infinite Kitty, for you to see me in the clothes you bought me, because you keep buying me clothes. I was so sick, and my parents were like, "You have a parcel," and I'm like, "I didn't order anything," and then I was just handed pants, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And then I was like, "Oh, right, my fucking throne." Infinite Kitty bought me pants.
I love the idea of someone just arriving at your door. Here's your pants.
So confused. All right. Bosco, bits and subs.
No, Connor's got him.
Okay,
Yeah,
you have 7 minutes.
Rap God, let's go.
I got this, Sububby. All right, hang on.
Sorry, real quick, if I can just bitch and shift.
Excellent.
I mean, you
Excellent
can,
work.
I suppose.
Thank you. I appreciate the attention.
Great. Let's have a little look-see here.
Let's go.
Dr. Dank Memes PhD, thank you for the 47 months. Edward Bosco, thank you for the 56 months. Messenger of Chaos, thank you for the 38 months. Mega Waffles, thank you for the 23 months. Power Word Fart, thank you for the 100 bits. Zilbon, thank you for the 40 months. Callum Draws, thank you for the 30 bits. Jesse J, thank you for the 7 months. Danny Boy, thank you for the 2 years of subbing. Beholder with the Smolder, thank you for the 50 bits. Pseudonymic Fake Name, thank you for the 50 months of Prime. Gwen Ninja, thank you for the 56 months. Lastel Kriya, thank you for the 100 bits. Nick Vaughn, thank you for the 21 bits. Glycerius, thank you for the 59 bits. Draco Choji, thank you for the 59 months. Corey the Platypus, thank you for the 54 months. Glurkschnack, Eater of Children, thank you for the 23 months. Skeletalpha, thank you for the 20 months. Or thank you for the raid with a party of 20, rather. Morthrandor, thank you for the 100 bits. Renfield88, thank you for the 59 months. Nikon Pachi, thank you for the 34 months. A Man Named Peach, thank you for the 10 bits. Nova Street, thank you for the 47 months. Black Dog 30, thank you for the 100 bits. Renfield88, thank you for the 10 subs gifted to the community. Amateur Craftsinator, thank you for the 100 bits. Bible Accurate Kobold, thank you for the 59 months. Shadow Flare, thank you for the 58 months. Lunar Hawk, thank you for the 59 months, or 59 bits. Casimir, thank you for the 5 months. Messenger of Chaos, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. Earliest Bread, thank you for the 59 months. Crow Job, thank you for the 200 bits. Lord Servitor, thank you for the 100 bits. Constable Mutton, thank you for the 59 months. Rand Cossack, thank you for the 59 months as well. Discotheque Priest, thank you for the 53 months. Mud Martin, thank you for the 56 months. Panic's Squeaky Leather Pants, thank you for the 27 months. Timitor, thank you for the 53 months. Master Steve, thank you for the 8 months. Angry Metal Cube, thank you for the 31 months. Lord of Stars and Slumber, thank you for the 21 months. Game and Anime, thank you for the 40 months. Weed Pixie, thank you for the 34 months. Weed Pixie, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community. Morthrandor, thank you for gifting 20 subs to the community.
Woo!
Hey. Dino K, thank you for the 17 months. Masamune84, thank you for the 49 months. The One Called Stefan, thank you for the 32 months. Overlord Cornut, thank you for the 58 months. Eclipsis Tenebris, thank you for the 14 months. Sniffing Kittens, thank you for the 25 bits. Buttered Up Dragon, thank you for the 10 months. Big Borky Hells, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Mikan Pachi, thank you for the 45 bits. Killer Chansey, thank you for the 10 bits. Drunken Satyr, thank you for the 14 months. Awesome Link, thank you for the 37 months. And Tonster, thank you for the 40 months.
Dang. You rap got
Quick,
it too fast.
donate more! More Fred, I think you're going to get your ones up to Helena Real. Holy
Excellent.
shit, that's my wife.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went
Perfect.
to get water because I was.
That
getting
was a
ready
bad
the
decision.
intro.
She lives in you.
Alright. Are we
In
ready
your
to-
pendy.
She
Are you
lives in
ready?
me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no.
Reach out and touch faith.
All right, are you ready to? Are you guys ready? It's been two weeks.
I've been saving myself for the whole.
I'll brace myself.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
I do believe I'm about to arrive.
So, when last we left our heroes, Milo, the Azamar cleric, Otho, the shifter rogue, Iscan, the lizardfolk druid, Gaius, the satyr fighter, and Kai, the human wizard. I put human fighter. Uh-oh.
Well, he is pretty consistent.
It's not too far off.
And to be fair, the way he fights.
The party is deep within an ancient mage vault. After breaching the entrance, the Reclaimers discovered a time-stop bubble lodged in the center, containing an ancient Draco Hydra experiment, attempting a violent escape from its fetters. Fighting off vicious constructs, the party delved deeper, discovering a teleportation circle, fossilized dragon eggs, old experiments, and a Svirfniblim, a deep known as the Abbot. But despite their countenance, Abbot in truth was a deep dragon, a new denizen of the ancient Mage Vault who had bore their way from the Underdark to the Tall Dark, worshipping the time-stop bubble as a dust egg and falling in love with the horror within. Once greetings were exchanged, Abbot took the party to speak with a Myconid colony sovereign, a hive mind of bodies and spores from different times and backgrounds, who answered some questions the party had, and asked some of their own. After fighting another construct and collecting enough batteries, the party now stands around an ancient smoke machine, an ancient Mage War log device, to which the party has asked 3 successful questions, and now has 5 remaining.
So can we ask it if we can ask for more questions?
There is still a construct attendant as well.
Wait, are you suggesting we cut the attendant, take his power core, and get more questions?
Yeah, well, but then who do we ask about it? I feel like that's...
No, he's the dude who elaborates for us. We can't kill him.
If I feed you your own core, do I get infinite questions?
Is there a way to
We just
plug
put it
you
in. Well, that was rude.
It just shows up in the orb. Rangers.
5 teenagers. Attitude.
All right,
Well, we've got one.
who wants to ask a question? Because I saw that there was a lot of discussion about it.
So Connor and I had a little bit of overlap about certain stuff. So Connor, if you want to start with some of your questions, I think it's going to cover some of what I posted. I would say whichever one you deem to be the one you want answered the most, we'll see if it'll answer and go from there.
Let me look at my list.
Yeah, because your
Better
first
check it
one is
twice.
something I also wanted to ask.
Oh. Yes. So Otho did have something he was thinking about.
Uh-huh.
Go.
What if we asked this strange device about anhedonians?
I mean, we can try. I just don't know if it's going to know anything because it seems pretty specific to this project, unless this is to combat them.
That's what I was
So
about to say.
There's a chance.
We know next to nothing about them.
Probably for good reason, but I feel like it's worth a shot. I am kind of curious.
Otho will face the device. Anhedonians.
As you say anhedonians, the construct attendant to this log device turns towards you and goes, "Insufficient. There are no logs that contain that keyword."
Yeah, that was kind of my fear. This seems very specific to what they were doing here, which brings me to one of my questions. What was Oot's original project assignment?
I believe that was already explained.
His original? Well, he was moved off of something to be brought here. Did it say?
Oh,
what the original
yeah.
one?
You do recall that he said something about time and dragon eggs. Like, he specifically was studying dragons and time.
And
his
then was
original
brought
thing.
here to do.
And he was brought here. That's what
let me
you've
write
discerned. I believe you guys
Okay.
also asked if you could find logs about that, and there's no
Right.
logs about that here.
Right.
Okay, well, let me me put that in my notes because that's actually important because I didn't have it. Time and dragon eggs was Oot's original thing.
I should probably make my new session notes as well.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody else have a question? Or should I just keep going off of my list?
I feel my questions are a net negative, so I default to you guys.
No, if you have a question you want to ask, go for it.
I actually don't.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Milo really wouldn't either.
Okay, then Kai is going to ask, why exactly were chromatic and elemental dragons incompatible?
What?
So they said that they were experimenting with putting elemental and chromatic dragon parts together, but they weren't compatible.
Those are the same things.
It was
Elemental
metallic and metallic.
Oh, metallic.
Metallic.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's what you ask.
Yes.
All right. As you ask that, the mist swirls.
Let's go.
Inside of the orb, and you see Takran Oot. His hair is not green as it was in some of the other logs, but is in fact its normal hue. And he begins to tap his fingers and goes, "The beginning stages of this project are running into problems as to be expected. Hybridization is proving much more difficult than intended. We've attempted to mix several dragons to create our own Draco Hydra, though it seems as though metallic dragons have some sort of innate issue with being combined into a hydric form. I believe the problem therein lies with the unique aspect of metallic dragons, in particular their breath weapons. Metallic dragons have the unique benefit of having multiple breath weapons, indicated by multiple organs inside of them that create the different breath weapons. The genetics of these organs is causing issues with hybridization. Either the organs do not form or there are too many, and it causes essentially large cysts-like growths inside of the body during incubation. Most of these hybridizations do not make it to full form. We're switching our focus to chromatic dragons. The mist then swirls and reforms once again. We are having some success with the hybridization project. However, we're having one minor issue. Necessary for the incubation and growth of the Draco Hydra, it appears that we're having issues with the black dragon. In particular, the horns have been puncturing pieces of flesh during incubation, causing issues. We've had a few experiments now dying from lacerations to the neck and chest due to the movement of the black dragon head. We've attempted to adjust systems so that way we can grow a black dragon head without the horns, but that is not proving fruitful. There's nothing to be said that we do have to completely try and create Instruct. Perhaps we can make something new. We're going to be focusing our attention on the most successful heads and hybridizing more of them into the body. Though the red head and the blue head are a must, we need the elemental coverage against our enemies. You watch as the vision fades, and you watch as another battery pops out empty. Only 2 batteries remain.
Okay, which means we have 4 questions left because it's 2 each.
Yeah.
Otho, do you have any other ones? Because I've got a bunch rolling around in my head, but I don't want to steal all the questions.
Let me think.
That was useful, though. Just out of curiosity, just because Kai is probably a little bit more sensitive to it, how did Iskan react to that particular clip of them trying to combine stuff and it not working?
He has been kind of leaning against the wall in the corner, kind of looking towards the door on the other side of the dust line.
Mm-hmm.
At least outwardly, it doesn't exactly look like he's been paying attention.
Gotcha.
There is a callousness to Takranud's expression when he spoke of all that as well. It was less of like, oh, we're doing these crazy, and more like, oh, I didn't put enough yeast in my bread, and my bread isn't coming out the way I want.
He was devoid of emotion about the fact that it was
my sourdough
dragon parts.
starter.
Yeah.
The bread didn't rise correctly, so we're trying to rectify.
My rye keeps coming out with no air bubbles, and I'm very confused.
My
I have a couple of relevant topics, and I have a couple of things that we may get answers on, but might not. I think it's worth the gamble, though.
All right.
The Wandering Continent.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on.
Let's see if they have anything on it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I
Monty
didn't
has
expect
to
that.
open
wait.
the other book now.
We just see like the face on its chest appear in the mist.
You rang.
The mist swirls.
Hey, let's go. I'm actually kind of surprised.
This log is hardly a place for me to gossip about the goings about of my peers, if calling them a peer would even be accurate. But I have heard a great rumor, something rather interesting to say the least. It is a fool's errand to remain neutral in the conflict between our great nations. It is a fool to avoid the Great War, as all must fight for victory to be achieved. And yet, it seems as though Archmage Faroon has managed to slip through the cracks with his daughter. Apparently, there's a new weapon on the scene, a large wandering construct with a weapon to surpass all others. It is that genius that Cephestir and Talentonia covet most. It should be stated that Faroon should be on the side of Talentonia, for we are the ones with the greatest power and the most resources at our command. His constant defiance has been most intriguing and entertaining if it weren't such a blatant waste of resources and talent. Last I heard, our own archmages are attempting to approach this new construct, this new weapon, but any attempt to get close leads to devastation and death. That is the type of power that we need to win this war. We'll bring him to heel eventually. I'm sure it will take very little convincing if we were to get our hands on his daughter, of which he seems to care more than that of his countrymen. And the vision fades.
As they mention using the daughter as a hostage, Kai reacts with a very visceral, I guess the best word I could say is scowl at that. It's very, very much a nerve for him. However, he'll look to Otho to see what his reaction is on the revelation.
His expression is largely unchanged, however, that trademark reflection in his tiger-like pupils of reddish light tells everything that he's thinking. But it looks like we managed to learn something.
So wait, if this powerful archmage escaped to the continent, is that why it has such good defenses? Did he escape there and help build it up?
I think we have a few friends we could probably ask about that. Archmage Faroon is a new name, though.
Yeah, him and his daughter. And if he had a daughter, maybe the family lineage stayed on the continent. Maybe there's like a descendant up there.
He thinks about that for a moment. If Cephestir is Cethelia, and Tailtonia is Chelstonia, as we are theorizing.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have enough information to make any guesses on that front. Though the pieces are starting to come together. Oh, seems our question wasn't wasted.
No, so far, good information. Seriously, anybody else? Or I guess this is just Otho and
I guess for me, I guess you could call it morbid curiosity. I want to ask about if there's any sort of logs about time freeze and magic and how to reverse it.
As they ask that out loud, does it swirl?
Well, I didn't ask that. I referred that to you.
He referred it to
asking.
you. There's
Oh,
intention here. You have to ask the construct attendant.
I want to make sure you guys are okay with blowing that question.
Didn't Tucker and Oot say something in one of the logs about him being transferred from some project about time manipulation and dragon eggs?
Yeah, that was his original project before he was moved here, but
I suppose there could be something to that.
Maybe.
The more we can learn about chronomancy, I think the better.
I think it's worth a shot, Milo. Go ahead and ask. We have a couple questions.
It seems to be a very potent kind of magic, this chronomancy.
And outside
Some
of-
might even call it the most powerful.
And outside of Empty, we haven't seen anybody who's even mentioned anything like this.
Any keywords in logs about time magic and or chronomancy?
There are many keyword inputs. Could you be more specific?
Looks to the guys. Oh.
Development and utilization of time magic.
They nod, and you watch as the fog begins to swirl.
Whee!
Once again, you see Takrin oot. I have found another means by which to utilize the Epochian material to our benefit, beyond just protecting us from the eyes of our enemies and the gods. I am trying to utilize it as a tool for interrogation. By taking the Epochian material and channeling it through magics, I'm able to create a rift in time, a pocket of sorts, a loop, a never-ending cycle of which I can trap an individual there within. It has great potential. I have placed one of my workers inside of a loop for 3 days. However, when I managed to yank him from the loop, he was quite starved. His time apart from our timeline, unfortunately, caused a sort of catching up effect. The man was eating in the time loop, he was sleeping in the time loop, but the moment he was pulled from the time loop, all that time that was unspent came back all at once. We had attempted to use a time loop to interrogate a rather tight-lipped prisoner. I had placed the man in a time loop for about, I want to say, at least 150 days. When we managed to pull him from in an attempt to interrogate him, the man rushed back to our time and was proper dead, starved, frozen, as well as several instances of organ failure. It seems as though there needs to be some sort of intertime sustenance in order for the subject to survive in this endeavor. Inanimate objects remain unaffected, given that they lack the need for sustenance. It allows us to lock items in place. It could be a potential use to lock away important objects, but for now, locking away people, putting them in a space of duress, is the most fruitful endeavor that which we can use. It works as an effective prison, but a prisoner who is dead is not a prisoner who is useful. So those problems must needs be attended. It swirls, and then you see Takrin oot with his green hair. I found the answer. Please, listen to me. In order to get me out of here, that I can live, you and the entire thing freezes and shuts down.
Haha.
I guess that makes sense. So when they're in a time loop of sorts, time catches up with them, but everything in the other room is frozen in time. So theoretically, if I understand what they just said, when we release something from a time freeze, it's like no time passes in it at all. Whereas if you're in a constant loop, when you come out of it, there's a catch-up period. Interesting.
That was question number 6, correct? Sorry, I just want to check.
Yes, I believe we have 2 left.
You watch as a battery sticks out. One battery remains.
Here's the thing. If that dust egg, as they called it, does hatch, won't everything just turn to dust?
Not necessarily. So what they said was they put someone in a time loop, like a pocket in time. This doesn't seem like it's a pocket in time. It's a freeze of time. It's like a still shot of the moment when the magic went off. But I don't think the two are the same. Because
How do you know that?
theoretically...
How do you know that? We don't know what it looks like.
I mean, true, but I'm theorizing that if you were to put someone in a pocket of time that was a never-ending loop, time is still passing. Time isn't passing here. They're frozen, if that makes any sense. So I'm theorizing, yeah, but theoretically, if you undo a freeze and thaw something out, it's like they were frozen in time.
Or theoretically, they're going through the same loop over and over again, and we can't see it. We don't know. We don't have any visual confirmation about what it actually looks like.
I mean, I suppose it's possible, but if you remember when we threw the wood shavings in there, they stopped. They froze. It feels like it's a time freeze, not a time loop, if that makes any sense, because Oot was able to communicate during the loop. He was able to do things and move around, but he was in a time loop. These creatures don't look like they're in that at all. Sure, it's possible that they look frozen to us and they're in the loop as we speak, but there's really no way to know. What are you thinking, Otho? I know that look.
What was the difference in time between those two logs?
He looks at the construct. Yeah.
The first initial log was log 261. The last initial log was log 621,392.
But what was the time distance between those two?
Unclear.
So is each log a different day or a different entry?
There is no different day.
Got it. So just based on the assumption that, let's say they're doing a log per day, but the day isn't changing, that is a massive amount of time that passes. Even if you're doing a couple a day. That's more than 100,000 times. Oh my gosh.
Do you think this is information we should share with, and he just points down.
That's 1,000 times different. How is that possible?
Boys, what you think?
Huh? Sorry. What did you say?
Is this information you think we should be sharing with the folks downstairs?
No. I don't think any of this should be shared with the folks downstairs.
Cocks a slight eyebrow at that. Why?
Because the more they know, the more danger they're in.
We don't know that. Again, we just got done theorizing that if we pop that egg, they could all turn to dust. We don't quite know if they're in a loop or if they're actually frozen.
And until we know, I don't think it benefits them at all to know that we have any information until we can tell them definitively what'll happen. We don't even know if we can stop it. I don't think we should give them any kind of false hope.
You say
My
false
brother
hope,
is right.
I-
No, go on.
No, what were we going to say, Gaius?
You say false hope, but picture the theory that time catches up and the creature in the egg dies. We're going to have one very angry deep dragon to contend with afterwards, and I don't think they're going to want to listen to us if they have trust issues.
Well, before we end anything, we're going to try to figure out what's going to happen should it be ended, if we end it at all. And before we do anything, we'll obviously communicate with the people who have obviously set up shop here because they're very invested in this thing. But for right now, all we have are theories, and they're going to want answers to questions that we can't even fathom.
Monty,
Hi.
is there
Huh?
any are there any sticks or I don't know, 2x4s or longer pieces of wood in the area?
No, there was a ladder.
No, I'm thinking more like debris or dilapidated boxes or something.
Lots of rocks. That's kind of all you got.
Okay.
And then the broken vials in the other room. Unfortunately, as you recall, a certain someone took all the wooden furniture and has used it as a nest. So,
Right.
yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't exist in these spaces anymore. Someone took that for themselves.
Okay.
I mean, I asked a question. Anyone else game?
Well, I don't want to step on Mark. Did you want to do something before we ask a question?
I was thinking about it, but if how long would you say a torch is?
I'd say probably like 1.5 feet, maybe.
Okay. I have a torch in my inventory. I want to pull it out. Kind of move towards where we know the bubble is.
You can see Otho's sawdust in it.
Is there anything on the others? Like, we can see where our dust that like rolled off the edge of it stops. Is there anything on the other side of it within reach from the torch?
That is
Like,
a very
even just a
confusing
rock.
question.
He's trying
Basically,
to
is
pull
there
something out
anything
of
on
the
the
time loop.
ground on the other side of the bubble? Within
Oh.
reach?
He wants to pull it out to see if time
There
will
is
change.
as a gradient. So remember, the further
Wow.
into the time bubble you go, the slower things are. So some
Right.
of the sawdust that Otho threw is still slowly falling the closer it gets to you. And some has already fallen onto the ground that is the closest. However, further in, that sawdust is just not moving, or is moving so slowly.
Irrespective of the sawdust, is there any debris on the ground on the other side of the bubble?
There is,
Within
yes.
reach. Okay. Eastscan is going to try to, using one end of the torch to hold on to it, he's going to try and stick it into the bubble to reach one of the objects on the ground on the other side and see if he can move it and pull it back towards him.
All right. How deep are you going with the torch?
Just, I'm not deep enough to stick my hand in it.
Okay.
Just reaching for something within reach of the torch itself.
As you push the torch into the time bubble, there is resistance. It's like syrup. It feels like there's like syrup kind of like pushing you back a little bit. It's not hard. It's kind of like a Newtonian liquid, right? Where if you go,
Sure.
but if you go faster, you stop. Eventually, you're like, if I go any farther, this stick is like trapped. It won't come out. You move it slowly down and you grab some dust and you pull it out.
Okay. Does it feel at all reminiscent of us moving through the fog shield around Easonvale?
No, not at all.
Okay, so different sensation. Okay.
Very different sensation, yeah.
He's not making a secret of this, by the way. If anyone's paying attention, they'll see him having done this. And he'll pull some of the debris back out from the bubble. And holding up the torch, has anything seemed to have happened to the torch as a result of this journey?
Looking at it, no.
He'll kind of turn around and like hold it up and sort of wave it towards Kai. Looks like we can interact with it.
Yeah. Again, my theory is that they're frozen in time instead of in a time loop, which that would make sense because you would have to leave that in there for quite some time to see if there's any interaction between what's in there and what's out of it.
Well, if it's kind of like a gradient, maybe there's a way to shrink the bubble.
There might be, but again, we won't know until we investigate further, which actually brings me to how they were doing this. For the sake of, magic, the material they were working with seems to be how they were able to do this. We even saw one of them, I think, had this Apockian material to even do this effect. Otho, do you think they would maybe have some of it stored somewhere that's not in there?
I was just thinking that, actually.
Well,
Do we really want to mess with that?
we should just know
We
if
should-
it's an option.
We should know if it is, in fact, here. Because if it is, and someone else manages to breach this vault with ill
They-
intentions, what
they
do you
won't be as-
think they could do with it?
They won't be as judicious as we'll be.
And I'm sure whatever God punished Takran Oot will punish them even harder.
Yeah, I don't really want to rely on the mysterious powers of said unknown force. I'd rather just take care of it ourselves.
You're also forgetting that Takra and Ut said they could forge this Apokian material into shields that can deflect blows from gods. With that kind of power out in the open and in our knowledge, do we really feel safe in a world where we don't know exactly where that is?
I mean, we have been for apparently thousands of years.
I'm still willing to ask the question unless you guys have a better one.
Times are changing, Mr. Seatlolly. Things that were once hidden are no longer so. Epochian material storage.
As you say that to the construct.
Uh-huh.
The mist swirls.
Let's go!
You see Takra and Oot. His hair is normal. I'm growing weary of the questions. Many of my superiors demand more Epochian material, and I've told them that it is scarce. Scarcer still than any other element that exists on this plane. You don't just find pieces of an ancient lost god in your backyard on a whim. To find this was very difficult for the Order of the Copper Pendulum. Myself and 2 other groups contain and own the Epochian material. I, unlike my peers, have used it for proper science. The Foreseers only use it to peer into the future. And the last, well, unfortunately, despite having such a great power, they were consumed by it and are simply lost to us. The image then shimmers, and you see Takra and Oot, with his green hair, rocking back and forth for what seems like minutes in the fetal position before peering at the log. And you see genuine surprise on his face, as if he himself did not turn on the logging device. He stands up and leans into it and goes, "That's the answer. The only way to unlock this, the only way to set the Draco Hydra free. Only one who is infused or has Epochian material can walk through a time-stop bubble in order to unlock. It's as if I've locked the keys inside of my own home. I cannot open this anymore. They demand for me to release the Draco Hydra to allow us access to retether it, but that is now impossible. I have thrown the key inside the house and closed the door and locked it behind. And my days keep repeating. I cannot find a way to contact the Foreseers. I can't find a way to open the door any longer. That creature is as trapped as I am." And you watch as the vision fades away.
That's how you move through it! Of course, that makes complete sense!
Otho goes pale.
I don't understand. If you can move through it with the material, why does the one inside with the material not leave?
Were they actually holding the piece of material in their hand?
They're holding it up. So they're
But
not
is it
themselves touching it, they're holding it up.
Got it. So Kai's going to turn to Iskan. Remember when we walked in? We saw him like holding up that crystal. It wasn't physically in their hand. I'm assuming that they got locked in there. He probably threw that in there, or he walked in there with it and he let it go. And it froze everything.
I'd say this. Roll me an Arcana check, Kai.
Oh boy.
Only Kai?
No, everyone who wants to can.
Okay.
I'd love to see
Kai
Kai
have
screen blast
Otho
this
will
one.
forgo that. He just came to a very startling realization.
Shut
Kai is
up.
magic braining.
That's a fucking nat 20.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god.
I still
Yo, we got
roll
the
pretty
same
good.
number. Let's
26.
go.
It's a double 26. Brain blast. Let's go,
Smart boys
Iskan.
being smart. Let's go, Zito.
Woo!
How,
Hey, it's
how,
not bad.
Gaius,
That's a
how?
17.
I love it for Gaius. Here's the revelation you have, is that
Okay.
this individual is not like physically holding it, But that might not matter, because Chakra Oot says only one infused with the power of the Epochian material, or the Epochian material itself, can move through the time stop bubble.
So they're not infused with it. Okay. So if he throws it in there, it can move through.
The
or
best
somebody
way-
who's infused with it can move through.
The best way to think of this is Escan. Remember Barkskin? Barkskin infuses into you. It's a magic that goes
Right.
into your person.
Right.
You'd have to find a way for the Epochian material to be like part of you in some way, whether it's a spell or another effect of some kind.
But if you were to throw the stone in there by itself, it would still move.
It would
through
move.
Because,
It would
right.
still move. Yeah,
That
because
makes
it is.
sense.
Wait.
Yeah.
I had a stupid idea.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same stupid idea I had. Go ahead.
Does somebody want
Gaius
to say the
looks
stupid
at
idea?
his body, the rocks jutting out of his flesh, looks to everyone else. Would embedding the rocks that are a part of me mean that it's the same thing as infusing the material?
I don't know if it works the same way. It's possible, I suppose.
Are you really wanting to try that?
You are not
I'm-
going in there. We are not going in there. I've realized
Right.
something.
What?
Cythelia.
Yeah.
This is the reason why they're looking for Mage Vaults.
You think this specific reason? I feel like they're probably looking for a lot of stuff.
Something that can contend with the gods. Something that can put a man out of time.
They
No,
want
they're
the
looking for
material.
this. They're looking for the Epochian material.
Well, maybe we can find a way to destroy it.
How?
He
Escan,
kind of
as you-
gestures towards the smoke orb.
Escan, as you say that, the construct turns to you and says,
Return it.
What? What did you say?
To the dead god?
Why don't we ask where it came from?
Because it'll probably just tell us a dead god again.
No, I mean specifically. You think with all that time, Takranut must have figured it out, right?
Are there? I'm not going to ask this in question, but like, are there logs specifying a location where the material was originally from?
I mean,
That's
I
what I'm
asked
getting at.
I asked if there was a place where they were keeping it stored, and I didn't get a direct answer. So
Yeah.
I
Right,
think that
you
might
stored,
be
asked
but
moot.
where
what
it's
about
being
or what
stored,
about
not where it
origin
came
point?
from.
Well, they
Yeah.
also said that there were 3 groups that had the material. They were one was destroyed, and the 4 seers are the other.
Mhm.
We don't know what happened to them.
We
Would
have
one of the
one
questions
question
not be-
left.
we have one question left.
So,
Damn, already?
Yeah.
We got a
so
lot
we
of good
could
info, though.
ask. We could ask where the Foreseers are. We could attempt to ask where the Epochian material's origin is. It just told us to return it. We could ask, where should we return it? Like,
I think
specific
asking-
location, where should we return it?
I think asking where to return it makes the most sense, because that'll give you the answer to the immediate problem of it needs to be destroyed, so return to where?
There was also another one I was thinking.
What's that?
If one of the folks that had this stuff were destroyed, would that not mean the Epochian material that was with them is also destroyed? How does that get destroyed?
I think in the vision he said they destroyed themselves.
It's like they were corrupted by it.
Yeah. So I
Right.
don't know that the material itself was destroyed, just that the people who had it are gone, so we may not have a means of finding them.
So here's a hot question. Do we know whether or not Epochian material is used up rather than just used as a channel?
I don't think we know the answer to that.
Yeah.
No, they
Yeah.
haven't mentioned it being a finite resource. Although my guess would be if it's from a dead god, it probably is not something that gets consumed very frequently, if at all.
And maybe as a finite resource, since he just told us only himself and 2 others had it, maybe it literally is like 3 pieces.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that there's no storage if that stone is literally the only amount they have here.
He did say that he locked the thing in there, correct?
Yeah.
In the last vision, Monty?
Yeah, he sent someone in with the Epochian material to like basically threw the keys into the house and locked the door to
And
trap
locked the
the
door,
Draco
right.
Hydra. Yeah.
So if that's that's probably the only piece that they have. Otherwise, they'd have a piece to undo it.
Right.
So I think Mark is right that there might only be 3 pieces, one with each faction, one of which is gone. So that piece is just somewhere out there.
So there's another piece somewhere that the
With the
Four Seers had
yeah.
over 1,000 years ago.
Right. Where that is now, it's anyone's
Which
guess.
is why I said
think,
that could be one question we ask, but...
So I'm going to be honest. I feel like the most important thing is where do we take it? Because I think we'll find other ways to figure out how to find the other pieces. I don't know if we'll have another chance to figure out where to bring them.
I'm on board with that.
Quick counterpoint, that may not even be in the log because that may just be unknown to anyone except whoever may be extremely in touch with the gods.
True, but it's not a wasted question if it's not in the logs.
That's
then
right.
we can just ask where are the other pieces, where's the Four Seers, but we can start with where do we bring it. The fact that this thing mentioned it means that it's something that's been discussed.
Well, the construct said that.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's the other thing is the construct said
knows.
it without a prompted question. So it could be, dare I say, divine interaction.
Yeah. I mean, Oriara, just saying.
Is everyone cool if I ask?
Oh yeah, it's fine.
No, go for it. It was your idea.
Are you good with that, Connor and Zitto?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
We're all in
horn has
agreement.
graced me.
So saith the holy horn.
So after hearing the construct and Kai's question, Isken will look at it and say, "Where would we return it to?"
From where it belongs. It shall be grasped by the metal hands of which it belongs.
Does it... Wait.
Guys,
Are they saying that it belongs to their... Wait.
we
No.
could bring hands here.
No, that's not what they meant.
No, think about it. Metal hands.
I don't think that was literal.
You might have something there, Mr. Zitlolly. As a construct, hands wouldn't have been affected by the ravages of time the same way.
Above board, roll me an intelligence check.
I was about to say.
All of us?
Sir.
Whoever's relevantly talking right now, like Otho,
Oh,
Isken.
sure.
I mean, actually, anyone can roll it.
It is a 19 from Isken.
Yeah.
That is a 15.
Sure, but I already have a feeling I know what it is. 12.
Oh boy, intelligence check.
golly.
Here I go.
Brain blast. Hey, dual.
Isken, Kai, and Otho. You're like, oh, that's an idea, but then you're like, wait a second, inanimate objects can still get stuck in the time
Yeah, there's
stop.
still rocks
Yeah.
and stuff in there.
There's still rocks and like the torch caught affected, even though it's not a living object. So
Kai
if you were to
is
send
gonna-
hands in, he wouldn't die, but
He
he
would
would
just get
get
stuck.
trapped. Yeah.
No, not to the bubble. The
No.
loop.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
the loop. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Wherever that might be.
I have an
Wait, but
incredibly
are we
stupid
sure that this
idea.
isn't some kind of like scripture thing? Return it to her hands. Weren't they talking about like a construct god?
Guys.
I want to ask this above game. This is not in guys, because guys would not fucking know this worth shit.
Go for
What's
it.
up?
Could we test putting something into the bubble while it is being casted haste?
Ooh.
I mean, theoretically,
Unfortunately,
yes.
it depends on the
Can
wording
any
of
of us cast haste?
So I can, yes.
Here's the
Um,
big question: what does haste indicate? Because if it indicates a creature,
It does say a creature. You can't cast it on an object.
Yeah, but Hans
Yeah.
though.
Constructs are
Creatures.
creatures.
they are technically
They are
creatures.
creatures. Construct is a creature type.
Yeah. However, keep in mind, it only lasts a minute. We don't. It could step in and it could freeze immediately. It could step in and something could happen. But we are essentially dooming a construct of some kind to potentially be stuck in there,
Yeah,
with
fair
no
enough.
chance that we're going to let them out.
Flash
It's a
cut
great
to
idea,
hands.
but
Flash cut to hands inside of a village, sitting at a bar, going, "Achoo! I enjoy emulating the ability to sneeze for some reason."
so
we put
we
Hans,
could-
with haste into the time bubble. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
if you want to experiment, we'd have to use a construct that you have no emotional attachment.
And he's gone.
I'm happy to continue the line of questioning that Kai was getting at.
Cool.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, it's a good segue.
I thought it was
Yeah,
a good
it's good,
idea
yeah.
until the intelligence check, and I was like, okay, I understand.
Kai's going to turn to this construct. Do you mean Oriara?
I do.
So we have to return these to, he's going to say in quotes, Oriara.
You have no power to return it to Oriara. Oriara has the power to take that is rightfully hers.
You don't have the right.
Wait.
So
So
how would we return it? That's what you said to do.
It will be returned.
How?
Your actions may cause a byproduct of the Apokia materials returning to Oriara, the rightful owner.
Great. Okay. So we'll just wait for them to show up, I suppose, and then
Oh.
they'll come get their stuff.
Hang on.
Sure.
Looks to the construct. Oriara is still in existence, but owns the Apokia material, but the Apokia material is made out of a dead god. Then who's the dead god?
They no longer exist.
But Oriara owns them.
Oriara is them now.
Now.
Shh. This is insane.
Is there any way to bring her here?
She already is here.
We just turn around.
Hello. Iskan's
sweet.
gonna look at Milo, because as far as Iskan is concerned, Milo is like the most God-educated person he's
Mhm.
met. So he's obviously confused, but he's looking at you for like some
Well-
kind of assistance here.
All right. So here's the path of logic, eh? So I worship Orn. Orn is the god of the sun. If there's no Orn, there's no sun. All the different gods make up a different aspect of existence. This is kind of commonplace. What doesn't make sense, if Oriara, who is the goddess of time and constructs and constructions, how could she have pieces of herself that were dead? That's what I don't understand. How could there be a partially dead god or a part of a dead god? I was thinking maybe Azamar, but that's not the same
Okay.
thing.
Otho does
let-
know this. Hang on. I've heard it mentioned that Oriara is in fact the child of two other gods. Perhaps it's not a child in the traditional sense. What if they built Oriara from pieces?
That doesn't make any logical sense. If
They kit bashed a god.
a god can't be alive and dead at the same time, and I'm pretty sure we know if a god's dead because a
Whoa.
function of reality wouldn't be happening.
Well, look at it this way. Constructs are made out of other things that probably were once something else, right? It's sort of
Exactly.
like that.
The previous god of time.
So we just gotta think of the previous concept of time, bring it back to reality.
So
listen,
if I'm,
This is becoming Persona 2, and I'm all for it.
if I'm getting this straight, what you're saying is that the previous god that Oriara came from died. Oriara became the new goddess, but there's still pieces of that god that made Oriara theoretically out there. Is that what you're saying?
Which is why they want them returned, because they own them.
A theory.
I mean, it makes most sense.
The construct does not respond, but seems to be looking at you, Milo.
I look back at it.
I can't
He looked at me.
I couldn't know.
That
You're gonna lose that staring contest. I just want you to know.
Mr. Brightbeam, have you ever broken a vase before?
His eyes shut, his eyebrows go wide. I don't think you can equate the functions of a god and a
God
piece
damn,
of
you were
pottery.
a child once!
Oh,
Can't
why
I?
not?
Say you knock over a vase and it shatters into many different pieces. You can sweep up the pieces. You can glue them back together. The vase will resemble what it once was, but there will always be pieces left over. Dust, small fragments. What if the Epochian material is that?
He kind of squints and looks to the side in a very hard thinking manner. I mean, listen, I'm just the son of a relatively negligent Azamar. So
Go on.
my no-
No, it's something we need to talk about this.
Well, please, continue.
Yeah, we're listening.
so my knowledge is a bit limited. It's not like I've ever seen into that realm. But the only thing I could keep coming back to is that if the vase broke, and if the vase was the concept of time, there'd be no more time. Or there'd be no more construct. Hang on, let me finish. He points at you from the ground.
Hush.
If fragments weren't, if time broke, and there were remnants. If a concept that a god represents dies, and there are fragments still, the god would not be whole again. There would be something missing. The concept, the living concept, would be tarnished in a very slight kind of way. That's all I can think of.
Iskan just points behind him. It's right there. That's the tarnish. If there's more pieces of this material around, that's what's missing. That's why they want it back.
I do wonder if something that small could. See, now we're dealing with equivalent exchange at this point, which is interesting.
Why don't we
This
focus
suddenly
on
got
what
very
the
high
next,
concept.
Why don't we just focus on what the next question is, and then we can figure out all this god stuff later.
Well, it is our last one, so we'd better make it important. I'm sorry, you were
agree.
saying? Mr. Agnew?
Oh, I was making a joke above game.
Ah.
Don't listen to me. I said I missed the
Forgive me.
politics.
Politics, the concept of time.
So,
Yes, what is the geopolitical status of Talanturia?
so
Indeed.
Iskan brought up a good point about maybe asking where the Foreseers are, since we know they're the third faction that might still be around and might still have this Epochian material. I feel like that's a
Am I
pretty worthwhile
completely
question.
dumb? Did I just miss the concept of Foreseers?
He mentioned
He mentioned
said,
3 groups.
Yeah. One of
He
them
said 3.
destroyed themselves.
Were they
He's one of them, and the
called
other are the 4
Foreseers?
tiers.
Yes, that
That's
was the
what
name
he
of the
called them.
That's what
organization.
he called them.
Yeah.
I'm completely dumb. I missed this.
Okay,
you're
that's
good.
fine.
So Epochian
There
material
was a lot being
scares.
shared.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
Epochian-
shit happening right now, yeah.
So Epochian
How are you doing, Chad? I hope you're doing good.
Epochian
Shell,
material
you get all that?
scares. 3 groups have the material. There was one group that destroyed themselves that he didn't name. It was them, and it was a group called the Foreseers that used it to look into the future. And he mentioned I can't contact the Foreseers from the time loop that he was stuck in, which is why he locked the keys in the car.
House.
Whatever. Same thing.
Here's your knife. Sword. Whatever.
Exactly.
Oh.
I think it might be worth seeing if there's any mention of the Foreseers now that we have that as a name. And then if not, my other question or my other theory was to ask it maybe about what they knew of the rival factions' technology and abilities, because that might give us a hint as to maybe where one of these stones are.
I also was curious about that.
Because if they were making stuff to fight the gods and they had a general idea of what they were going to have to face, they might have given a report of, we have this, which will counteract this, which will then have to be countered by this. Because you're always figuring out the opponent's weapons and trying to one-up them.
Listen, I really want to free this thing.
What?
What?
Well, think about it.
Why?
It's just... It was just made here and probably tortured forever, and...
I was thinking about that too. What difference is this creature from Glean?
Precisely. Remember Kutchner's Cove. Remember the constant dragon attacks, the people who had died because it was released from its captivity in the Mage Vault.
Because it was controlled by the mind.
And we freed them. And now look at them.
My point is we have no idea what the disposition of this massive creature would be. From the looks of it, it is attacking these beings.
That didn't stop us at
These
Kutchner's.
guys are awful.
And that didn't stop us at Kutchner's Cove.
Guys,
We didn't know what
are
Glean
we
was going to do.
Are we forgetting that this thing shouldn't even exist and how they had to make it in the first place?
But it does. It doesn't matter if it should or shouldn't, it does.
God, am I the tiebreaker?
Yeah, you are.
You are the tiebreaker.
I hate it here!
Yep.
I can't have shit in this house!
You are no longer Switzerland. Pick a fucking side.
Damn it!
This
Yep.
house is a nightmare.
Fuck!
Here, I'm going to bail you out. Look, we can have this debate when we figure out how to even get it out. But right now, we just need to focus on the question and the next step, and then we can have the debate of whether or not to unleash this thing.
That's the problem, though. We could ask a question that could tell us how to get it out. We
So,
only have one left.
if he locked the key in there, which is that stone, if we had another stone, and we were infused with the power of that stone, we could probably walk in there, grab the other stone, and end the spell when we have a little bit more information on how to manipulate time magic, if that's the route that we want to go. But if we have another stone, we can probably end this because there's a direct link between this material and the time magic that they were using, hence the loop that they were able to create.
We don't know that taking the stone out of there will end the spell.
No, but we do know that the spell is related to the stone. So whether we have that stone in there or a different stone, we need a stone to deal with this time magic. Asking about the Foreseers could get us that stone, which we could then in turn bring back here to end this and get a second stone. But until we know where those other stones are, we can't get in there. We can't manipulate that magic. We can't do anything with it without a stone. So I'm not trying to make what you said invalid, and I'm not trying to sound like we should leave it locked up. We can have that discussion, but we can't do anything without a stone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Iskan, I'm with you, but we do have to get a stone regardless.
I know. I get it.
So are there any objections about asking about the Foreseers to potentially get a lead on the stone? Or does anybody have a
I
better
have no
question than my-
problems. I have no problems asking about the Four Seers.
I guess there's nothing else we could ask about Otherstone's location outside of this facility. Oh.
We could just ask where are the other stones and see if that brings up a log, because that would also include the Four Seers if they have it.
You've already asked that though.
Did we ask about where are the other stones?
Storage,
You asked
yeah.
where they stored.
Oh, yeah,
Where's
storage.
the
Yeah,
other?
where they
yeah, and there was no answer really.
Yeah.
Right now, the only thing we know is that the Four Seers
had
another
one.
stone, and that Takran Oot couldn't contact them from the loop. But outside of that, we don't know anything about them.
I think it's worth asking about the Four Seers, and then if there's nothing on them in the logs that we haven't already heard, I still think that it would be worth knowing what they knew about the other factions and what they were plotting and doing, because that might also be a link to the stone if they were all looking for the same technology and advantage on one another.
Above him, I'm fine with it. Like the logic dictates that if we don't have, not only do we need a stone, we got to infuse ourselves with it somehow.
Yeah,
and that's a big somehow.
Yeah.
I just immediately again. I imagine Gaia's holding the stone and then just looking at anything and just going, "Time stone."
There's actually genuinely, I am excited about the prospect of Gaius being able to channel the stone because he's got stone giant blood. Like that's
Time roulette go.
We're gonna find out if it works on him or anybody else for that matter.
All right, so what we need to do is we need to get the power stones. We gotta
for
get
fuck's
the
sake.
power stone, the reality stone.
No,
the
stop.
time
You
stone,
stop
the
right
soul
now.
stone.
We are not. You do not want to fight with the mouse.
An old smith, a new smith.
What do you mean we can't make this Avengers? What do you
Get the
mean?
soul stone, cause one division.
Dude, do we get to fight Doctor Strange? That'd be a hell of a
No,
fight.
you listen.
Oh
we get to go back to the first.
Lightwing.
No, we're
get
fighting Mr. Weird.
We get go back to Unexpectables 1 and fuck around with shit. I'm telling you.
Turns out we're the ones who brought Scarbles into being.
Okay. All right. So above game, do we want to just ask where are the Four Seers and see what it
Yes.
pulls up?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Kai is going to turn to this construct. Where are the Four Seers?
All relevant information of the Four Seers has been conveyed through previous logs been played back to you.
Of course.
Monty, you're the most evil DM.
Did it.
You let us sit here and argue about that.
No, that's
for
fine.
20
That's what a
minutes.
good DM does.
But
I
I'm
know.
ready for this. Okay, so now we know that there's nothing extra. Does anybody have an objection about trying to figure out what the other factions had in terms of technology that they were trying to counter here? There might be a log on.
I pull out the Stone of Secrets for a hint.
I'm gonna say above game, sure, but the likelihood of that is extremely small because this seems like information of this facility only.
I was gonna say we've had it responded to before that there was no like entries on what other projects were being handled.
Other
So-
project, yes, but maybe what other countries are doing that they're trying to counteract here, maybe. Because the whole reason they're developing this stuff is to deal with the people they were at war with. They had to have some knowledge of what they were dealing with. They might have put that in a log. Hey, we now have an update. They're able to do this. We need to do this.
I'm just saying I'm saying go for it, but I'd be surprised if there's anything.
The
We could ask for logs detailing the actual project.
Guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard a brain blast. What's going
I
on?
read my notes from the last session. There was something called the Order of the Copper Pendulum that supposedly had pieces of a dead god.
Yeah.
That's
We asked
Oot.
about them already, right?
Oot.
Yeah,
the
that's
Copper
that's
Pendulum.
Oot, the Four Seers, and the third party that doesn't exist apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
why
I
his
thought
hair
that
turned
was
green because of
I thought that
oxidation
was
and all that.
the enemy. I
No.
misremembered. I apologize.
No.
You're fine.
That- I thought that so it was a Teltonian project, right?
They're their own thing. So they were conscripted because of the war, but the Order of the Copper Pendulum have the unique. This is me talking DM above work because this was what did come back last session.
Yeah.
But the Order of the Copper Pendulum is like a subsection of wizards who specifically focus on this Epochian material. That is like their thing that they do.
Got it.
Yeah.
So are they separate from Teltonia and they're just working
Yes.
with them? Okay,
Yes.
that's important. Thank you.
They're separate but working
But-
with them, so that's their side.
Clearly the nations could be like, hey, you have this thing, we want you to use it to do this stuff. Like they still have, the country still has some like leeway on the things that their wizards do, obviously, but it's not like they have this material because of the nation. It's just they happen to have it because that's just part of their order, basically.
Got you. So they would have had it either way.
Yeah. Well, think of like, oh, we're a giant army of wizards. We need divination magic. Let's go consult the divination wizards who specifically do that. Like, think about it like that.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Brain blast, false alarm.
No. It's good. It's good. That's why I'm here to clarify things. This is also, I hope we haven't lost people because, man, this is quite.
It's a lot.
It's
a lot.
This is a
Minor
lore dump
thought,
episode.
Yeah, we're in deep.
I'm sorry, chat. One day we'll get back the.
I love this shit. I don't know what you're talking
I just
about.
picture the reclaimers like wearing like togas, sitting around like a fucking like
Greek
philosophy
philosophers.
bench, like old Greek philosophers. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask about.
Well,
if
I
they
think the
know
god is a
anything.
pot.
Oh my god.
Time is a concept, you ninny.
Gaius throws in a chicken that has its feathers plucked. Behold, a man!
How do we loop this back to man?
You can lead a horse to man, but you can't make it think.
Gaius, you're a
Look
goat.
at this monkey
Oh,
smoking a
fuck, my whole
cigarette.
theory's out the window!
Did we decide on a question yet?
I
No.
was gonna ask about if they have information about other factions and their technologies, especially if they're working for more than one faction. They're gonna have to know something.
Go for it.
Okay. How do I phrase this to actually get it to fire up?
Go gadget knowledge.
So if they were working with Teltonia, Cephastir would be the rival faction that they would be dealing with. So I think the question is, what was Cephastir trying to do to counteract their Teltonia's research? Or sorry, the copper whatchamacallit's research.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Go for it.
What countermeasures were being taken by Cephastir to counteract what was being done here?
Information not logged. All information pertaining to enemy movements has been made private and shipped off-site.
Great.
That makes
We did.
sense.
Yeah, about
maybe
to
it
say.
still maybe it still exists somewhere. Well, we still have one more question.
Here's a wild idea. This is not me saying that you should do this. This is that's not where this is coming from.
Everyone get your pens out.
You could
Some of your
always
secrets, Vecna.
you could always hold off on the last question.
Oh, that's fair. We have a teleportation
That is
circle in this
true.
place.
We could
Yeah.
just port back.
I'm not saying that's
But
what you should
what
do,
if
but I'm
we
just saying that is
leave-
an option.
What if we leave
Honestly-
and we come back and we find out someone
Oh.
asked our last
Yeah,
question for
some-
us?
Oh.
The power core.
Some jerk off
I-
goblin! Where'd the fish at? Oh, fish is down over here.
We just take the power core.
Yeah, let's take the power core. Like no
Fish
joke.
not found.
I need lantern, mine!
Here's another thing too. Maybe we can find a way to replicate it if we have a at least half charged
Power core.
power core with us.
I
Take
have
a-
got an
take-
idea.
What's your idea?
We should bring some of our other friends we found in Mage Vaults here. Maybe they've got a question.
Actually,
We don't bring them here. We maybe ask them if they have a question and then
No,
figure out if we want to ask
What-
it.
What if we bring Glean here?
I think Glean's gonna like it here very much.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't.
not, but they might be able to communicate with the Draco Hydra.
Who
It
is
is
frozen in
psychic.
time.
The bubbles of time.
Oh, that's
How-
that's fair. That's
How,
You'd have to-
how do
you'd have to-
psionics interact with chronomancy
We'd have
Mm-hmm.
to figure out if they could talk while frozen in time.
at the speed of thought?
It's
Yeah.
possible that the Abbot has already been talking with them, but I don't know if any of us can make heads or tails out of what Abbot is saying on a good day.
Wait up.
Yep.
I love this entire session has been the question of the concept of time, gods, and the makeup thereof.
Yep.
I think it
Oh,
goes
for the
to
book.
show like how fucking deep the fucking Mage War was getting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. May
Yeah.
just be crazy. I'm good with tabling the last question because I don't feel like we have a good enough one to waste it on.
Same.
Because we've asked
I
pretty much
agree.
everything. Do we want to take the
Gentlemen-
half chart? Oh, go ahead.
Perhaps we need not do this right away. Our subject at hand is literally not going anywhere.
Well, if we're gonna leave, we should at least take the power cores so somebody doesn't come in behind us and.
I
finish it off.
agree.
We should also take an
I
empty
don't
one because
think-
if we could find a way to recharge it, it would help us.
We should take them all.
I'm good with that. Well, I should say, Gaius, are you good with that? Because you're probably gonna have to carry them.
We can teleport to the and then come back and
Oh, I guess he's gonna have to carry them to the circle. Guys, I have a lot of stuff on me. Like I have a book and like
I
a
am ready-
sword.
I am
So
ready.
like,
A whole book.
I'm
I
pretty
am
like
ready-
tapped out
I
in
am
terms
ready
of
to
like where I
become
can.
encumbered and crab
hang stuff.
walk my way to the teleportation.
you are sworn to carry our burdens.
Yep.
Boy, I sure fucking am. The consistency
Yep.
of the 5e fighter.
This is why it's good to have carrying capacity, because then it makes your swole characters actually.
It gives the fighter
Like,
something
Nah,
to do.
fam.
Well-
Make the entire party
Listen, wait a second. They
dump
do a lot of
their strength
stuff.
stat.
Trust me,
Collectively carry everything between you.
when I run carrying capacity, so I was like, I'm playing a fighter. Everyone's like, oh my god, and like hugs their leg and like holds on tight and doesn't let go. It's great. All right.
Let me
So you guys
double
collect
check,
the batteries?
Let me double check one more thing real quick. While
Yeah, go for it.
we're
You
on
should be
this
fine. These
topic.
batteries don't weigh that much. That was more for comedic effect than anything.
No, I know that's for comedic effect, but now I actually like have a ponder in my brain, and I need to run the math on it.
Actually, this battery holds the weight of the information of dead gods. It's actually very heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy, man.
Yeah.
I can carry currently up to 540 pounds of material.
How much do
God
each of these
damn.
cores weigh?
Probably like 20 pounds. So
So
not.
that's
So you
Hey,
can carry one
Fucking
80
pittance,
pounds.
I say. Give
Wait,
so 80 pounds.
Hang on, guys. I got an idea.
Yeah?
Helmsworth away.
Huh?
Okay, I
I'm
guess-
I'm summoning
The
the magic
carpet.
carpet.
The carpet
Oh,
comes
the
to life.
carpet.
Okay, Mr. Carpet, you can carry the bird.
I was gonna like a Gaius. He's gonna look cool with like the Death Stranding, like just tubes around his waist.
I have a baby for some reason.
Okay, I want you to understand something. I don't know if you guys know the if you played the not the newest one, but the first like new 3D Wolfenstein, where Blazkowicz gets the golden armor. That
Oh,
like
God.
meshes with the skin. That's what I figure,
haven't.
guys. It's like that mixed with Isaac Clarke.
That's fair.
All right, well, let's grab them and get out of here.
Oh, money, is it actually that big?
I just drew something. Cause
Oh, I was about to say, because it's just 3 by
He
5.
set the shit on fire.
A
What
block
happened?
of annihilation.
There you go. Smaller.
For money, for all intents and purposes, I'm just gonna be on this thing.
Yeah, it's for sure.
Sitting cross-legged.
So Kai is going to pull out the one that's still charged first, and then go down the row and pull out each one and put it on Milo's carpet.
As you begin to pull them out, you watch as the construct attendant steps backwards into the wall and just rehooks themselves to like their holding position where they were staying.
Eastgen is gonna approach the construct while they're all packing stuff. Does Oriara care about what happens to those inside the time bubble?
Oriara cannot see those inside.
Does she know they're there?
She has a feeling.
What would she do with them after she gets the piece back?
I do not know. The crimes committed here in Oriara's name are all that concerns her. The other gods will sort the rest.
That definitely.
Yeah, that was
gets a raised
super
eyebrow.
foreboding. Like, what the fuck, man? You were just a chill
Animals get
info
put
bot.
down.
No, you stop.
How dare you?
No.
In my time of distress, how dare
I
you?
am trying to fucking prevent that. Don't go to the dark side.
Eastgum will just sort of
See,
nod
even
toward-
the gods know.
No!
He'll
Stop
sort of
it.
nod towards the construct.
Seriously, the next time
Thank
I
you.
cast Raise Dead, you can't say shit to me.
Thank you for all your answers. Even the ones you didn't have to give us.
They don't move, they don't respond, they just go inactive, not really acknowledging that. You see, they heard you, but they don't respond at all to it.
Hmm. And that's it. That's all I had.
Kai will
Note
put
down
everything
that
on.
one of those batteries has a half charge in it.
I will put it in my notes just so that I remember.
It's 4 in total?
You have
so
4
we're taking
batteries. Yeah.
4 batteries, 1 with a half charge.
Gotcha.
I will
And we're
put it in
taking
my
the dead
notes.
ones just so that we have
So
them.
if we could figure out a way to recharge it, we have something to put it in. Otherwise, it's just to make sure that nobody else has them.
Something worm tongue. Above board, is there anything else that we wanted to do in this fall? Because
I mean, we
think
came here.
covered it.
I came here. To
We
get
came
fucking
here
paid.
looking for stuff.
Yeah, but we didn't find anything that we can take, did we?
We didn't get any tangible like takeaways.
No, but we
Or,
got
like,
tons of
physical
Get that
takeaways.
scroll. You did get that.
We did
magic
get the scroll,
Yeah.
but we also were told very specifically that we're not supposed to take a lot of stuff. So
Yeah, but
unless we want to piss off the locals, we yeah.
Yeah,
You're
unless
like,
you want
now I want to be a
deep
thief.
dragon to
Yeah.
dive through your brain and eat your memories, maybe.
I'm good with just teleporting, unless you guys want to say goodbye really, really bad.
We probably should say goodbye.
You
We
can
kind
go
of
say
just
goodbye.
said we'd go upstairs and then let them know, and we have not let them know anything. So
Well, then you
have
can go
we
let them
have
know.
we actually explored everything?
there is a room we did not look at
downstairs.
downstairs.
We
There
might
was
as
one room
we might as
downstairs.
well.
Well,
Yeah,
we
but
were
there's
not.
That's a,
Yeah, we're not permitted.
Oh,
to
we
look
weren't
at
allowed
them.
in there.
Yeah, 'cause
Right.
it's the
No.
horde.
It was
No,
the
they
horde
didn't
room.
No, I thought the horde was when we went to the water and they were like diving off into
No,
the water.
no, they specifically said there is a room that we are not allowed to go into because there is a horde of actual like treasure and stuff in there.
That's probably where all of the magical shit is located.
Uh-huh.
the Apokia materials in there. I guarantee fucking you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting more of a feeling that maybe this is one of those come back later when we're higher level quests to have the Apocalypse material go in and then just like really good shit in there for
Yeah.
10th
I'm gonna-
level question
I'm
mark.
gonna tell you this: if we fucking leave, come back later, and then that shit's fucking gone and taken, I'm gonna be very mad.
Listen. Once we rescue the groom and reunite them with Abbot, Abbot will say, "I've saved all this treasure for you," and we'll be able
Wait
to
a
take
second.
it.
They specifically said it
wait a
was
second.
for it was for the horde for the beloved.
But they'll be so happy that we return them to them that they'll give it to us as a reward.
You don't have to try and convince me, Mark. It's everyone
That's how
else.
quests work.
Hang on a second.
Unless it's Final
Monty,
Fantasy.
can I have
Free.
No.
Monty?
Hi.
Can I have one?
What? Oh, fine.
We should fucking leave. Nice. Fantastic.
I think above game, I think we should say goodbye. But
I think we should
can
at least
vote
say.
on it.
I also think we should at least say we're heading back out, but we might be back later to help. We don't know because we literally don't.
Yeah, we can do our high bye.
Hey Zitto, if you want to fight every denizen in here, more power to you. I don't know if we can take them.
trial by
you
fire.
remember how fucking
You know-
pissed you were when we didn't fight the slug and we got nothing out of that?
I remember, but it was
It
a
was-
smart decision.
That's me right now. I know, and now we're playing the smart decision because Chris, above game, is like, yeah, this is the smart decision. Not the one that feels fucking satisfying, but it's smart.
It
Well,
is
we're
smart.
making friends who are going to help us in the long run.
We also
Shit.
got
Hey,
Oh my god,
maybe
they
they'll
see- She doesn't give a single fuck about us, dude. Are you kidding me?
She saved my life twice, and she
So hang
she
on,
saved your
hang
life
on.
once.
Hang on. We want to go say goodbye, correct?
Maybe they'll be grateful and give us something.
Like
Maybe.
a hoard of treasure.
But
A
we
hoard
wanted
of
to-
treasure and
let's
this
go-
gun.
let's go say goodbye, and then let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah,
Look,
we've
man,
got
all-
the.
All I know is
Actually,
that we're walking out. Look, man, we're walking
Leave it
out
this
of this with nothing into another situation that's just gonna be even more fucking worse. And I'm just like, I want to go to the city with fucking treasure, and everyone was doing other things. I hate it.
We're going to the city of magical shit. Maybe you'll get lucky.
To be fair, we're walking out of this with a shit ton of information and
This is true.
potentially
That
more
is-
information.
I'm
That is
being
the
a
greatest
smarmy
weapon
piece
we
of
could
shit.
have.
Guys, I
also-
am being a smarmy piece of shit.
Also, we
know.
finally gave Iskon some, trauma to try to get over so he can join the club.
Yeah, he definitely didn't have enough of that.
Yeah, no.
We leave the Mage Vault. This is
Don't have anything
betrothed.
he needs more.
No, it's just betrothed waiting at the door. Where have you
No,
been?
we're gonna go to breakfast.
Just
tomorrow.
throw her
Guys
into
will be
the time bubble.
It'll be the
Rolling,
future's
Wow, there are
problem.
these-
pin, slapping a rolling pin in her hand.
Iskon is gonna wake up and go to the kitchen tomorrow in the castle, and Kai's gonna be in there being like, "So Iskon, I wanted to make you breakfast because I felt bad. You like scrambled eggs? Crack and get hit with a fucking guiding bolt."
I was gonna say, you guys find the Apoki material. the Escan's fiance shows up. Escan's like, on second thought, different plan, and pulls a Takrid Oot and locks her in a time bubble. So the rest
Hey,
of you
honestly,
Wow,
Kai
what
would
an
do it.
alignment shift.
Kai would do it.
Wow, look at
Wow.
this
Now
bubble
I'm
of
future
perfectly
Iskon.
preserved mages.
So Monty, we're going downstairs.
Perfectly
to say
preserved
goodbye.
mages, a Dizzy Mono and a Lizard Folk. What?
As you guys make your way down, you see immediately stacking rocks in like piles, like when you stack dice when you're bored playing
Mhm.
D&D.
Oh.
You see hunched over Abbot in their Snurfniblum form, and as you guys come down the stairs, they turn to you and go, "Ah, yes, hello. Did you find what you were looking for?"
Well, kind of.
We were, stuff,
In-
and we actually need to go, but we wanted to say goodbye first.
Oh, that is very sweet of you.
Uh-huh.
Would it be all right if we came back at a later time?
Of course, pilgrims are always welcome.
Thumbs up.
Cool.
We're gonna go back upstairs now, but it was very nice to meet you.
They smile like a toothless smile. It
Uh-huh.
was very nice to meet you as
Okay.
well.
Okay, can we please leave?
That's us, yeah.
Yep, let's
Cool.
go.
Kai's going right back up the stairs. Bye bye. Whoop.
I thought you guys were taking the teleportation circle.
Yeah, it's
Well,
down here,
upstairs.
dude.
Down here.
Oh, is it down here?
Oh, it's down here.
It's to
Oh,
the north.
Yeah.
Going this way then.
You're gonna have to walk past her. Don't make eye
Oh
contact.
God! Don't touch me!
Quick question. If we do return, will you know as soon as we arrive, or should we have a cold word or like a knock or something, just so you know it's us?
Make your presence known, but I have your scent.
Great.
All right.
Great. We've been
awesome.
marked. Fantastic.
Great. I hate it. I hate it, and I'm gonna keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, have a
Smell.
good one.
Like upland and fired wheat.
This woman dragon thing needs to learn how to not speak.
How does she know what wheat smells like? I don't think she's
I
ever been on the
don't
surface.
know, and I don't want to find out.
She may not have been on the surface, but wheat may have made its way underground.
Ah,
You know
snap!
what?
Under
moldy-
wheat.
moldy
Under-
wheat.
Nether
Under
wheat.
Oh man.
As we're heading up, and Iskan's gonna kind of lag behind a little bit, kind of like he was gonna leave, but he kind of stops himself and turns back towards her. I just want you to know I'm gonna do everything I can to save your groom.
I imagine you were here for no other reason. He will
Wanted to
be
make
born.
sure you knew.
It will be glorious. I'm glad to know that you are eager.
Why?
What a word.
Thank you for your kindness.
Oh no.
See you when we come back.
They give a bow. You are always welcome back, pilgrim.
The next time we come back, Monty's gonna forget what voice she used for her, and it's just gonna be John Wayne.
I'm ready. Well, had it.
Oh, you're
Give
back,
me a
pilgrim.
I heard that now.
Not gonna lie.
gotta hatch my husband.
Oh, you're the pretty one.
Circle the
Oh
wagons.
God, no.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna lie,
Time
Abbott's
is
voice is
my
really hard to do
mercy.
after being sick.
Oh.
It's not-
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's
Sorry,
not
I made
easy.
you talk as her.
No, it's okay. It's my character.
Arthur,
I
you
made
coming, or
this
you got something to say?
You might be pilgrims, and all these squares make a circle. Mushrooms.
John Wayne after his stroke would.
I mean,
I've never had the most husband time consume me. I like mushrooms cave.
Zitto, you're too good at that.
He's delirious from lack of combat.
Howdy.
I need 50 cc's of trial by combat stat.
I need a.
I need initiative stat.
I was gonna say.
So this deep gnome is just like a glamour over the deep dragon, right?
Yeah, it's definitely like a transmutation, like a polymorph.
Does it seem like it is just a deep gnome, or does it seem like there's some sort of mushroomy stuff going on here?
There is, yeah. You can see there's like mushrooms growing on their clothes. Their eyes are also the deadest giveaway. The eyes are the exact same that are on the deep dragon is on the deep gnome.
I have a question.
You have many.
We're an inquisitive bunch.
Good pilgrims.
You're betrothed.
They nod.
Are you hoping he joins you and the Sovereign in your
He-
colony?
You are confused. We will join him.
I see.
Good.
Our house will be a home.
Home is where the heart is, as they say.
A lovely saying. The surface has so many lovely sayings.
A good day to you.
Day. They seem genuinely confused by that.
Huh?
Come back in 5 weeks, and my heart will be growing all over the place. Coins, loot, give me your soul.
Mushroom.
Started out as
Mr.
a
Agnew,
normal
are you
sentence.
feeling quite right?
Goes insane.
Oh God, I want to imagine that guy's
My
head
favorite
turns.
main.
Guy's head turns into the freaking cowboy hat, like that guy in that new commercial with his head. You know the one, chat. I'm sorry, I had to.
No, you're all good.
The flesh hat.
Yeah.
Ye, and I cannot express this enough, ha.
Oh, at least we got the scroll.
yeah, fucking scroll.
Yeah, what was the scroll again?
It was a scroll of time magic, and it was a 2nd level spell transmutation. It was immovable object.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
All right. As you all gather your things, gather the batteries, step on to the teleportation circle. Without any further ado, you all lift up the scepter form of Wark And we gotta do it every time. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
3, 2, 1. And as you teleport, returning back to Eastonvale Keep, that is where we will take our break.
And what we don't know is that, unfortunately, there was actually one Myconid just sitting there on the teleportation circle the whole time. So now we have one. All of a sudden, we move back, we turn around, he's just standing there, and then throws his arms up in the air.
A singing mushroom.
Kill him instantly.
All right,
We all start coughing up spores.
Something went wrong.
You are kind of covered in spores. You did just walk into the mushroom's house.
Monty.
So.
Monty, I hear break music. Are we on break?
Yeah, we're on break.
She said that's where we're going.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're on break.
Cool.
Break
Pay
time.
attention, Bosco. God.
Nice. Shut the fuck up, Mark.
Welcome to the Mark Allen Jr. halftime
No,
show.
stop stealing my shtick. I don't talk much. This is all I have.
No,
Let
it's
me
fine.
use
Do it.
words.
I'm gonna go get my shake that is
Fuck out of
waiting for me.
You have to not pee if you're going to do the halftime show.
I'm not peeing. I'm getting a shake.
What's the difference? Anyway, welcome into the halftime show. Now that we've cleared out the clowns, we can get back to business.
Says you.
Gosh darn it, they're back. So
Good,
I guess
good
we'll
first
just
half of this session. That was dense.
that was a lot of questions and a lot of something. All right, we've got Red Mage Ace Bounty. Thank you for the 100 bits. The Reclaimers go back in time. Gaius becomes the owner of the Remansion. Oh boy. A man named Peach. Thank you for the 10-bit Zitto. I think I haven't laughed that hard in weeks.
You're welcome.
Nikon Pachi, thank you for the 10 bits. I hope none of you get sick around March 12th because it's my birthday and I'm turning 38 and it's a session night. We will do our best. GTG Maximo, what's up, dude? Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs gifted to the community. By the way, I saw it disappeared off my screen, but I saw somebody dropped 100 bits while we were playing. I missed where the message, I think it was understand the concept of time. And yes, I get that it's Jet Set Radio. I see you. I get you. I love that game. Fantastic soundtrack. Miss Tweetums, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I think Mark should have the halftime show once in a while and maybe some cookies. Well, no, it's going to be my halftime show, and I demand brownies. Callum Draws, thank you for the 25 bits. Hyped for the new Digimon game. I don't know what it is, but I've heard that it's a thing that's been announced. Gauze, thank you for the bits. Monty, why did you make the Deep Dragon a yandere? Good question. Glork Snack, Eater of Children, thank you for the 21 bits. Hey, I'm heading to bed. See you in the VOD and at Anime Detour. Oh, snap, Glork Snack at Anime Detour. Kaze, thank you for the 100 bits. That first part of the session has made my brain...
I want you to know, Fred, who also said that they are ready for the Digimon game. I too would be. I would actually like to partake in the Digimon game if I owned a cryptid machine, because it is PlayStation exclusive. I hate it here. We're gonna have to be waiting another 8 months.
Master Steve, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to your friendly Alpharus. Mika Pachi, thank you for the 10 bits. I don't care what the wiki says. In my headcanon, Gaius goes back in time to campaign 1 and becomes a crab. A mighty crab. Vina Norbies, thank you for the 21 bits. Can't wait to play Remus Corbeau in Elden Ring Night Rain. Wait, what? Your Conscious, thank you for the 20 bits. Episode title, Questions and Androids. Blackfoot Fair, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 59 months. Time Kane, next time. Kilroy Von Latwick, thank you for the 140 bits. No message, just bits. Power Word Fart, thank you for the 50 bits. I also felt my brain go, duh, put the Master Chief in the soda during the first half.
Listen, if we can do anything with this show, breaking brains is one of the goals.
It's true. Spartan123 Rex, I will answer this because it popped up all pretty on my screen. We would love to do more conventions and we would love to sell pins at them. However, that is completely dependent on your local convention bringing us out. So let them know that's the best way to do it. I'm going to do everything that I can to try to get us to do more cons because this is super cool and I want us to do more. Anything that we don't sell at the convention, we're going to figure out if we can sell it on the store. And then if all of the logistics are good, then yes, we would love to sell stuff on the store. The pins and stuff were just made by a different producer. The store is different than the pins, so we just got to make sure that all that works before we guarantee that they'll be for sale somewhere. So you should definitely come to the con and buy them because I doubt that the pins are going to last. As you can see, a lot of people are going, and we hope that they sell out because that means you like them and we can make more. Jack the Crow, thank you for the 200 bits. Well, time for me to go back to work. See y'all in the VOD. Funkmaster Grunty with the 100 bits. My head hurts from all this lore. I gotta lay down and stare at the floor. What?
Lie down,
No, don't lie on your stomach. That's the worst way to lie down.
That is not true.
That is
Babies lie on their stomachs all the time.
We are no longer babies.
They literally call it tummy time.
No,
And
it's
it's healthy
terrible
for
for your back. It is for babies. Yes, we are none of us in here are babies. Mika Pachi, thank you for the 10 bits. Wait, what if the party does go back in time and the baby Greckles wanted to steal wasn't a baby but actually Milo? That'd be so fucked up.
By the way, Bosco, like laying on your stomach, it helps you fart, so you are incorrect.
Yeah, but you don't sleep
What the fuck
on
I
your
just walked
stomach.
back to?
Yeah, I don't know how that helps you.
It's actually
What?
healthier to lay on your stomach than it is to sit upright for more than 2 hours.
Sure. Relatively speaking, that is a true statement.
And we
But if
put our
you're-
children in chairs for 8 hours a day. More schools
But
should
Stella
have tummy
Craig,
time.
think about
God
it.
bless
100 bits.
America.
I have to admit, I am loving the lore of your setting, Monty. And, honestly admit, I wish I could ask you questions about it. Well, we just did a Q&A. Monty, unfortunately, wasn't there. But every now and then, Monty will be at a Q&A. So you're more than happy to, or more than welcome to come to those and ask your questions. Sniffing Kittens, thank you for the bits. Episode title, A Shard in Time. Killer Chansey, thank you for the 10 bits. Bosco, you have committed a grave sin. You have threatened the work. You have done a fucky wucky. Prepare to enter the forever box. Prepares fireball. Wait, no!
Well, I
Shark
guess I'm reading
jumping
bits now.
walrus. Shark jumping walrus, thank you for the 100 bits. It's been fun catching this episode. I will see you guys tomorrow. Well, don't miss the rest of the episode. Make sure you watch the VOD. Or watch it on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. I still read you.
Hello.
Writing for this Mage Vault was a doozy. That's all I'll say.
I could see that.
I have a strong feeling we didn't even get everything.
Well, we obviously didn't get everything. We're going to go back. Code Boy, thank you for the 100 bits. I would have loved to see you at Detour, but my car just died and I'm not about to bike over 2 states. Oh, well, darn.
I'm sorry for
So
your
just
car.
take a plane. Cosmosis45, thank you for the 100 bits. Howdy from a trip to Chicago, Bosco. Hell yeah, get some deep dish. Or if you were already there, I hope you got some deep dish.
Go
also,
touch
Al's
the
beef.
bean.
Okay.
You could also touch the bean. Mikon Pachi with the 10 bits. Also, Monty, question. Have you, Die Hard Dice Contact, said if they are doing edible, gummy, or candy dice? I don't...
Amazing would that be?
Food
yeah, I
production requires its own set of certifications. I don't know if Dire Dice would ever do that, but it would be cool if they did. But there's a lot of work to do that.
Edible dice would be pretty fun.
Though Shay
although I
has
did-
made me chocolate dice, which I did eat on the Unexpectables Campaign 1 finale.
To
That
be
was-
fair-
Now, hear me out.
Yeah.
out. Edible dice, but they're Jello shots, and you can roll them to be a drinking game.
To be fair, anything is edible if you swallow hard enough. That's just
that,
truth.
No.
Power Word Fart, thank you for the 50 bits. By the way, Gaijin, I heard you're a boomer for the shoots. I was curious if you're aware of the Tribe series and if you had any thoughts on it. I recommend starting on Tribes 2 if you haven't tried it yet.
Back in my day when we were in high school, we played Tribes 1. It was great because you skied, you see. Not only did you break the land record like Doom and Quake, but you could fly.
Me over here playing CS1 in mod, just doing gun game and races. Like, that's nice, Grandpa.
Me over here running Crisis on my phone.
It's okay, Gaijin. I played Blood, and everyone tells me I'm old for doing so.
Oh man, dude, okay, dude. Zitto, I gotta find the name for it, but there was a pseudo Doom clone boomer shooter game, and it was the only one we could technically play in my high school. I went to a Lutheran high school.
Yeah.
You play as an angel with multiple different quote-unquote powers, and you fight from hell to get to heaven.
That's Painkiller.
Damn.
Yeah,
Also-
except Eve isn't here.
I have to call out some blasphemy. I do read the YouTube stuff. I don't respond to people individually because I don't want to call anybody out. But I did appreciate that there was a comment on the previous I think it was 101 is the most recent episode. Somebody told me not to sleep on a movable object, and I will take that to heart. So I do read the comments.
You can. It can hold your weight. That's the best part.
Right. For fuck's sake. So Linda, thank you for the 100 bits. Everything's edible if you're not a coward. I agree, Killer Chansey. Thank you for the 10 bits. Zitto, you absolute mad lad. Thank you for the idea. Now I know what to fill my potion vials with in real life. Potion jello shots. Draconian, thank you for the tier 1 sub to power word fart.
Found it.
Also, while we have a quick second, I wanted to, because I'm not going to be able to post this anywhere. I ran an in-person game of D&D on Saturday while a lot of you were watching Gateway. I actually ran for my roommate Bill Rogers, who you've seen on Throwback Thursday. They had not played D&D in like 20-something years. I ran for Dawn and Bennett, our friend Steffi, and then Lisa Ortiz, who you might know as the voice of Amy and Sonic, and works on Pokemon for years and years and years. She had never played D&D, so I ran them through like a 1920 style Exorcist horror game in 5e. They had a blast. They were able to exorcise the demon, which was a manticore and a top hat, as requested by Lisa during one of our sessions, and I made it happen. So there you go.
I'm back.
Hello, welcome
I'm
back.
I'm Mark.
I back.
Got him.
Sorry, I'm just eating some bread.
Yeah, Mikan Pachi, thank you for the 10
I
bits.
actually haven't eaten all day today. I'm dying of starvation.
I'm probably going to order food towards the back end of the session so I can eat it when we're done. Because I also need food, because this new workout regimen is killing me.
I hate to be that guy, Bosco. I ain't got the funds to be fucking around with ordering food this late. I'm gonna be making eggs and hope to God that I can just wait till tomorrow to eat something else.
I don't know what else I can eat that I haven't eaten already that's in my house. I have to go grocery shopping. Because I made the last bit of pasta for lunch, and I think that was it. And now I gotta go food shopping again.
I'm eating bread.
I had
Monty,
yogurt.
Are you a duck?
Mm-hmm.
Monty might
Then
be
you
a duck.
can't eat bread. That's bad for you. It'll make you explode.
That sounds like the words of someone who wants to take my bread away from me.
You should
Yeah.
be eating peas.
Mikan
What about
Pachi, thank you for
what
the
about
10
seed?
bits. The party time travels and Gaius moves a chair. The 3 drunk dwarves are 3 sober elves. Thunder, wow. Thank you for the
All right, fine.
Thank you for the 21 bits. Hey, Reclaimers. It's been a fun but hectic week of working the Super Bowl and my new job at a food bank. I bet the Super Bowl was crazy. That stuff is nuts.
Congratulations on surviving.
How was the
Yeah.
Kendrick Lamar performance?
The halftime show was incredible. It wasn't the most like full of fireworks and guest stars, but in terms of like making you think and having a message, it was so layered that I am still learning about things that were in that performance that I did not catch when I watched it.
I'm just gonna tell you this, Monty.
Mm-hmm.
Samuel L. Jackson dressed up as Uncle Sam.
Amazing.
On the face, you're like, oh, of course, Sam Jack. But there's a reason why.
Yep.
Because in a Drake song, he references Kendrick's uncle. So he brought in Uncle Sam, which was Sam Jackson. It's just, there's so many layers to this feud, and Kendrick is killed. I didn't realize until recently that he was a Pulitzer winner. And I'm like, why would you pick a fight with a Pulitzer Prize winning rapper? Are you insane?
I was gonna
It
say
was such a good performance.
apparently in like high schools, like there's an upsurge of kids interested in lyrical analysis and writing.
That's
Teachers
awesome.
don't know what to do. They're like, I have so many students who are interested in like actual writing.
The AI algorithm doesn't tell me how to figure this out.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
real
just
though.
plug it into a
Just
chat
really goes
program
to
and
show. Sometimes you just gotta pop out and show them.
Nice.
All right, are we all back?
I hope so.
Monty
Yeah.
just. Yep. Anyway.
Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, so this is a bit drop that you'll get to read, but yeah, Serena Williams crip walking was such a good callback.
Mhm.
Holy
What the fuck?
crap! Yeah. So she did that when she won one of her championships, I think in 2012, and she got tore apart online. Also, I believe used to date Drake, and so they brought her in
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they brought her in to basically crip walk during the performance, and it's so layered.
I want to point out when I was sick, I had a day where I literally just watched like a 3-hour documentary about the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar because Zen was talking about it.
It's not much of a beef. It's a beatdown at this point.
It's actually quite interesting. It was very informative, and I learned a lot about rap.
You should also watch the Josh Johnson special where he talks about
Oh
it.
my
Now
God,
that you
it's
know,
so
like,
good.
all the actual details.
Yep.
Josh Johnson's breakdown is hilarious.
It's very good.
Anyway, are we all back?
Yes.
Connor, you're back? Connor?
Peach cobbler.
Gaijin, you're back?
I hope so.
Zitto, you're good to go? Zitto?
I'm laughing.
Okay. All right.
You didn't ask if I was good to go.
Yeah, you're already here. I know.
Yeah, shut up, Mark.
You find yourselves once again in the familiar teleportation room of Easonvale Keep.
Okay. Well, we're back, I guess. And Kai's just gonna walk out of the teleportation room.
As you do, you hear the familiar voice of Lynn, along with Ogrun, Hendrik, and Arbane.
Hey, Lynn, we're back.
Oh,
And
that was quick.
Kai's gonna walk into the room because the teleportation room is like off to the side.
Right next to the throne room.
Yeah. So he'll just walk into the throne room, and I guess everybody can follow if they wish.
As you make your way in, you notice that there's another attendant at the table, which is Poile, the Silent Knight.
Oh, Poile.
Yeah, Poile.
Poile.
They seem to be kind of discussing various different things. Notably, you notice on the table a sort of blueprint of Easonvale Keep. Lynn turns to Poile and goes, "You can tell Desheka that it is okay. I think it would be wise to have such a thing inside of the castle." And you watch as Mortimer interprets to Poile, and Poile nods towards Lynn, and they both make their way out of the room. Poile stops and gives a salute to the five of you, and kind of notices the batteries on the flying carpet, kind of acknowledges it, and is like, "It's not my business." And he just kind of gives a polite bow and leaves the room.
I see you've learned.
"How are your endeavors?" Lynn says as she approaches you.
Good.
Informative.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
"And potentially lucrative." She walks over to one of the batteries and tries to lift one up, and she's like, "Ugh."
Actually, no, that's not loot. We actually need those for when we go back. Actually, if we can figure out a way to recharge those, huge help.
It's also
Ogrun?
partially a preventative measure.
Preventative of what? Ogrun steps over and picks up one of the batteries very easily, and Lynn gives him kind of a stink eye as he just easily picks one up.
So those were essentially used to power a digital log, it seems, of old Mage Vault stuff.
I see.
There's a lot of information that was present there, mostly just for the experimentation that was going on there.
A lot
Let
of
us-
dangerous information.
Let us discuss it then. Would you like to call it a meeting?
So I guess I'll lean on your expertise and everybody else's opinion, but they're not kidding when they say that there was some very, very troubling information that we found, and a lot of stuff that if it got out could be very, very bad. So just the more people that hear it, the more they're going to be put in danger.
Hendrik kind of leans forward on the war table and goes, "Now, if I'm not intrigued."
No, you in particular, I don't think should hear this.
Ugh. He sighs and stands up. We'll discuss more matters later, Lynn. I'm not wanted here. And he walks out of the room.
I'm saving your life.
No, it's fine. You can judge me. Everyone does.
I don't even think about you. Wait,
Brother.
sorry, that is not okay. We should go in the room.
Arbe kind of sheepishly, like mom and dad are fighting, looks towards you and goes, would you like for me to also leave?
I worry about we found some really messed up stuff.
I understand. Your work takes you to places that are less sacred than what I would like, but...
I think they should hear it.
What?
They're our inner circle. They're helping us run this country. Helping Lynn.
Hendrik turns on his heel and goes... He kind of purses his lips like, is for me? You know, like the is for me face?
Otho, it's just that every pair of ears that hears this becomes a liability.
Every pair of ears that hears it, though, is a person who might have more insight.
We already know we can't solve this on our own.
How about this, guys? I'm sure not everyone is well versed with the Mage War, even cares that much about it. So maybe just the individuals who could possibly give insight. Limit it to that.
Let me grab a list. You watch as Lynn pulls out a list of all of your guys' current castle denizens. You may select.
Check.
Get them in here. Hey boys, you want to hear about time magic? I feel like Gherkin's brain would just he would just be done. That would be it.
It would cease to be.
So you guys may select from your castle entourage who you would like to join you for war meetings, so they can provide insight and have that information.
I feel like we should include Empty, just because they're the only person we know that has any time magic knowledge.
If we are including Empty, we should also include the outsiders.
I was about to
feel
say.
comfortable to actually.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I would like to allow Glean in. They may not even say anything or care, but this might be interesting.
I was thinking the same thing.
Sure. How many can we call in, Monty?
As many as you want.
Everybody.
But... Oh boy.
The whole town.
If you call everybody, you're going into the ballroom to have a war meeting.
Ballroom.
I worry that the more people we tell, again, above game, whether
We're not
it's
gonna tell everybody.
Yeah, but the more people we tell, the more that this could get out that we know.
I actually want Hendrik in the room because he's very obviously a powerful mage.
Or knows powerful magics.
Correct. They may have a little bit of insight on all of these individual organizations that we just got name dropped.
Okay, so Hendrik
might
Gleam,
even have
outsider,
been part
Empty.
of the Mage War, so we might find something out about him.
I want the Black Stripes to know.
The Black Stripes? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Would you say just Zoe?
Zoe and August? Do you want just Zoe there? Because August can sit out.
I mean, they're not
I don't.
ranked or anything.
Okay. So do you want August there too?
Here's
August
a better
and
question.
Zoe, yes.
Is there anybody you don't want to tell?
Oberth and Gherkin?
Oberth and Gherkin.
So we take the Inaki material, go back in time, and steal the same $3 every day. We'll be rich.
We just killed Blightwing when he was a baby.
All right.
It's literally Oberth and Gherkin's wacky. It's was it Ted? What the fuck is that?
Adventure.
Yeah.
Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
I literally just pictured the Gooby comic, Where's My Hat?
Realest possible talk. I do not want the new representatives who are now living in the castle to be here. They're way too fresh faced.
I agree.
Also, Marjorie does not need to be involved.
I don't think Marjorie can.
Whoa,
I don't think she
She
can
can go. She can go. She is timeless. She's the best person.
No,
I don't
think
Gherkin.
Do you want
No newbies.
Ogrun? Ogrun might be a good one to have.
100% Ogrun.
That's why I was asking who we didn't want, because it sounds like that's a shorter list than who we want.
Well, we don't want the ogre wife.
So we don't want any.
No. They do not need to know about this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't want them here.
We don't want any of the newbies who just showed up.
Who's having a
don't
chuckle?
want-
Someone's laughing.
Sorry, I posted the comic in the fucking chat room. Look, a hat.
I'm
He
so
steals
confused.
his own hat.
Such a stupid comment.
I'll post it in the Discord so people can see it. And that exactly was Discord.
I feel like this.
I got you one better, buddy. Here you
I'm
go.
so
Here you go,
confused.
chat. Here you go.
Oh, Zed posted it. We're good. Never mind.
Okay, never mind. Sorry,
Are you guys okay? Do you need a minute? Are we?
We're good. We're good. All right.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. So no newbies, no Oberth and Gherkin, no Marjorie, no Ogre Wife and their folks. Anybody else that we don't want?
Get Mimsy in there. I'm sure she'd
No.
love.
In fact,
No
don't
Mimsy.
include Take either. Every time we
No
tell her
Take and
something,
Mimsy.
she has a crisis. So let's just.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. No taking Mimsy. Got it. Anybody else?
No
Goyle. No Goyle.
Coil.
No Goyle. Okay.
So I have Empty, Outsider, Gleam, Hendrik, Zoe, and August, and Ogrun as who you want, and obviously Lynn. Lynn is gonna always be there because I mean,
Yeah.
she's kind of
Yeah.
She has to be.
she has to know
Notice
what's
allowed.
going on.
I don't think we need Rebu either.
Yeah, I don't think Rabu has any
That's
insight.
fair. Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know if Revu would care.
I don't.
It's not Axpeak
yeah.
related.
Why am I?
Did you find
here?
any chicks in the vault? Yes.
Heck,
Were they hot? Were they hot? Were they hot?
No.
They're
Eye of
taken.
the beholder.
They were
They're
frozen in
taken.
time.
Hold on. No, no.
I
They're
got
not taken
spoken
yet.
for it.
They're not taken yet.
They're self-spoken.
Just because there's a goalie.
Doesn't mean
stop.
you can't score.
We're not doing this.
Look, man, where there's a hole, there's a goal. Let's go.
No ghost horse. Sorry, ghost horse.
We've
who
not
are we
utilized
missing?
those horses at all.
The
That's
ghost
for
horses?
future
We haven't
Gaius,
need them
don't
yet.
worry.
I think
Gaius's ghost chariot is still in construction. It'll happen.
I think that's it then.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good.
Yeah, did we miss anybody?
I don't think so.
All the clerics are at their stations.
Yeah, all the clerics are at their
All the
stations.
king's men are at their.
You stop it.
You know Humpty Dumpty wasn't an egg.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a man.
So that he
Yes.
couldn't be put back
I
together
did know
again.
that actually.
Sorry.
Do you
I'm
know
trying
Ring
to
Around
find-
the Rosies has nothing to do with flowers?
I'm trying to find some appropriate planning music.
Sorry, we're ruining the mood.
No, it's okay. You can
We're
ruin it.
buying
Hiding
time.
time.
Oh, we can? Cool, thanks.
I kind of
No.
want to add. I don't know if I can
Who?
use it though. I have some heist
What?
music that's pretty good, and I bought the soundtrack, but I don't know if I can use it for Unexpectables. and I
Oh,
don't
if
wanna
it's
get in trouble with
legal.
it. Yeah, but let me see what I got. How's this?
You got to
can
dig
use
into
one of
your
mine.
Prince Division stuff.
My cakes will burn.
You know what? This works.
Yeah, this is fine.
It's
All
a little upbeat, but that's fine.
I just hope it loops okay.
We're gonna find out.
All right. So you call to the meeting. Empty, the outsider, Glean, Hendrik, Zoe and August, and Ogrun.
So, for the sake of brevity, can we just kind of regurgitate what we found? and see
Absolutely,
who-
yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Cool.
Oh wait,
Mm.
Ambermane.
Oh, Amber, you want?
Oh
you
yeah,
want him
Amber
there?
Shadow's got to be there.
Yeah, he should be
Arbane?
there.
Arbane Amber Shadow, yeah,
One day I'll get his name right.
yeah. Dude, Ambermane is a made-up name. Why would you ever say that?
There's no
Because
main.
Arbane and Amber Shadow get
Amber
fused
Shadow.
in my head into Ambermane,
Yeah.
and my brain can't handle it.
No, it's because I was trolling, and it just now it's become a thing. I will forever have Ambermane stuck in all
Bam
y'all's
Bam
heads, and I'm
Flim
okay.
Flam, bring him
Bam,
here, and we'll be-
He needs to just have a brother, and then you can't screw it up.
It's because Copnos was named Embermane, so it all gets
yeah, that
kerfuffled.
also doesn't help.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Anyway, Arbane is here too.
Yes,
Alabama's
Arbane is here.
That's all we need to worry about.
Outsider seems kind of confused as to why he's here. He's like, I'm not gonna say no, but I'm a little
Your moral
confused.
support.
You're just moral support.
Wouldn't be the first time. Gleam also shows up in their humanoid form. And they're like folding paper like origami while you guys are talking. They seem to be listening, but they've always been aloof.
Not quite there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hendrik is engrossed.
He would be.
I
Ogrun
hate that
is-
he's here so much.
Ogrun is also very engrossed. And Lynn is also, like, she's trying to keep a poker face, but she's also like, oh my god.
Tell me.
Oh, yes.
Ogrun, as you finish your story, Lynn speaks up and goes, I know it seems strange, but there's a strange feeling in me that is glad to know that there is something that powerful living in that Mage Vault. Not the Draco Hydra, but the deep dragon that you spoke with. At the very least, it prevents individuals with less savory ideals from going in there and simply taking what they will. A dragon of an alien origin is sure to give anyone pause.
Yeah, and we took the power cells, so hopefully they can't access the archives anymore.
May I see the power cell, Ogrun says.
Yeah.
Sure.
He lifts up the one that has the charge in it. I could potentially reverse engineer this, figure out what the actual power source is, and if we can find out what the power source is, we have the potential to recharge the others.
Do you need help with that? I can help.
Maybe. We'd have to figure out the origin of the charge itself. The electricity bouncing around in here is magical in nature. If the source still exists, perhaps we can tap into it somehow.
Yeah, or maybe just resupply it with a different magical source of energy.
I don't know. Looking at the construction of this, it seems rather particular. It may require only specific sources to work. Wizards tend to lean towards specific manners of powering to prevent replication.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, if nothing else, if we could access that kind of technology on any level, that'd be something.
It does have potential to it, yes, I agree. Sorry, I'm turning down the music a little bit.
Yeah.
Hendrik kind of taps his fingers and goes, how very curious. To think that there's a man trapped in that location in perpetuity forever. Not even demons are that evil.
I insight that,
Go for it.
because that could.
I told you I don't like him being here.
Well,
I
still.
don't want to.
Oh, 15. Please help.
I have my thoughts.
Thank you.
Anyway.
I don't need to insight him because I know how I feel.
One sec, I gotta pull up his character sheet.
It's more along the lines of, is he intrigued by that or put off by that? Oh God.
I don't care.
That's fucking four.
Yep, that seems legit.
He's keeping I'd say E-scan, you get this read. He's keeping a sort of like, I'm a distinguished gentleman, this doesn't bother me, but he seems quite disturbed by the fact that a god has essentially condemned a man to basically a fate worse than death.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more just that, like, the concept of it is disturbing him.
He's like, that's disturbing.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, not even really evil creatures will do shit like that, and that kind of spooks him a little bit. Though he doesn't want to see
existential horror.
I imagine if you make anyone that angry, they can come up with any number of punishments that might be worse than what you might think of on a good day.
People and gods are often alike in more ways than they like to admit.
It's almost like they're on the same.
What was that?
Huh? Oh, I said that's insane.
Zoe kind of chimes and goes, this would explain why Desmond Duchenne is so vested in interest in these Mage Vaults.
I had
If things
the similar
that-
feeling.
If things that powerful exist, no wonder it sounds so appealing, and people be willing to break any law to get at it.
Yes, it seems like perhaps him and his Scythelian allies were looking after these mage vaults for a specific purpose, in my mind.
Maybe. Perhaps they're simply casting a wide net, trying to catch any fish they can, small or big.
We can only hope they don't even know what they're looking for.
We can only hope.
I think they do.
How would they know?
Because it's walking amongst us all. The walking continent.
The walking continent has not started walking. It only started about 21 years ago. But I suppose it could inspire some ideas.
Well, but we still know that someone fled there, right? Because when we asked about it, that's the information we got.
Yes, this Archmage Faroon.
Even if it just started walking 21 years ago, wherever it was before then, there might be a descendant from that Archmage on that continent. Heck, there might be archives on the continent that talk about the Mage War.
Perhaps
if it's been around
that's
that long.
why it started up. Perhaps some descendant, as you said, now resides there.
That was my
Or-
thought.
I'm concerned. Perhaps Desmond Duchenne has sent some of his own Mage Vault seekers into there, and they reside there now.
Wait, so you,
I don't
Just
know
so I
about
understand-
that. With what we saw it do, the level of defense it has, I don't think anyone is on there that it wouldn't want on there.
Again,
Otho-
it's just a theory I was having.
Otho
Otho.
sort of looks over at Lynn for a moment.
Yes?
I wonder, what if you weren't the only one to come back?
What do you mean?
If people who are on the wandering continent are supposed to be there, I can only imagine it's a select group. Perhaps, if it was 21 years ago, maybe this happened before.
I just had a bit of an epiphany. There was something else that happened 21 years ago.
The eclipse.
No, the eclipse was 22-ish years ago. The darkened eclipse was 21 years ago, but there was something else that happened as well. Something happened. I think my sister may know more about it. Might be worth asking about. Alavast, the city itself, is apparently tied to an event that occurred 21 years ago. It just feels like too much of a coincidence. This wandering continent stirs to life after remaining dormant for hundreds of years, and in that time revives itself. Food for thought.
Well, I guess we can try to figure that out when we go there. I had a thought, though. If this wandering continent started moving 21 years ago, and there's all these events that kind of coalesce around that year or two, Otho, what do you want to bet that maybe there's some kind of Mage Vault on the continent?
It's not out of the realm of possibility, but from what little we know about the Wandering Continent, it seemed like Archmage Faroon made it to stay away from the Mage War.
Right, but wouldn't that imply that you would want to have objects you thought were important for the war on that continent away from all of them?
Zoe kind of chimes in and goes, "It is fascinating. An entire and sophisticated magical device like the Wandering Continent, beholden to either side. It is appealing."
But we know it was neutral. Or at least
was.
that's what the logs said.
At the very least, it was not allied to either side.
That doesn't mean they didn't try to use it or gain access to it, though. But all of that
True.
information's probably on that continent.
The thing I am afraid of, though, is that if it was meant to keep the most powerful mages in history at bay, unable to penetrate its defenses, what hope do we have of getting on there?
Well,
Or anyone for that matter.
As it happens, there may be a way to at least defend from it.
The stuff we found in that vault, if we utilized the tools that they did, there's no telling what we could do to get in that place, or at least fight it off.
I think we might be overthinking this. We know the name of the archmage that ran away to it. If we can find where he was before, maybe we'll find a teleportation circle. We might be able to just teleport onto it.
Yeah, Outsider kind of scratches his face. He goes, maybe we shouldn't touch it at all. I mean, if it's being peaceful, it's not causing harm to anybody. Sometimes it's best to keep a box unopened.
I feel like there's
That
gonna
may
come
be
a point-
true, but we're not the only ones trying to open this box.
Exactly.
It is also kind of causing harm to people.
Also, there's no way that it just started moving in correlation with all these other events and isn't somehow related. Whether we do it now or later, I feel like we're going to end up there regardless.
Has Empty said anything?
Empty's
good
been
question.
dead silent this whole meeting.
Empty, did you have anything you want to add?
Empty kind of shakes their mind out of being distracted.
I don't like the music shift.
Everything you said about that man trapped in, what was it?
A time loop.
A time loop. What did he do?
He used pieces of a dead god to essentially manipulate time. And as punishment, he was thrown into an infinite time loop that he couldn't escape.
But he was a god.
What?
He could use time magic, so he was a god.
That's...
Is that... So you're... You know, they did say that you would have to either use the rock or be infused with the power of the rock. And if you're infused with the power of a dead god, by definition...
But we know
Otho-
he wasn't.
Otho
'cause
thinks-
he wasn't able to move through it.
Otho thinks about the green hair, and he
Exactly.
strokes his
Yep, I'm
beard.
about to say.
Yep.
An artificial ASMR.
If you're infused with that power, that's essentially what you are.
But not for anything good. That's
No,
the
but
troubling
the-
thing.
Yeah, but you still have access to all that power.
Wait, so does that mean any ASMR of Oriara would be able to move in there?
Not necessarily. It's specifically this dead god that allows you to move through. That crystal. Being infused with that power is what the thing said. Otherwise, any construct theoretically would then be able to move through it.
Well, are all constructs ASMR?
I don't know.
Looks to Milo.
I don't think they would be. Monty, how much do we actually know about the creation of constructs?
Not very much.
Would
Yeah,
we know...
it was a sort of Alabastian thing only.
It
really.
very
okay.
Alabastian, yeah.
Okay.
Boy, I wonder if that has any time.
Lynn turns and goes, you know, the first temple to Oriara was built in Alavast. It is said that its caretaker is the wisest and most knowledgeable of all of Oriara's wills.
Oh.
In Alavast?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like all of our paths are leading to one place.
Yeah. Wait, but who's the person? Maybe we
I
can
don't
find
know their
them.
name, but I'm sure my sister knows who it is.
Well, then we ask your sister.
I'll have to write up a more detailed expression of access, but I could see about potentially seeing if you could go speak with this individual.
Yeah, that'd be great if you can make that happen. Even if we don't know their names, if you can just put out a missive saying, "Hey, person who runs the temple, chat."
Well, we'll see if my sister will allow you permission. That would be up to her jurisdiction. Alavast has a very rigid access culture to it. If I send you to Alavast, you can't just wander to wherever you want. Depending on who is representing you, determines where you're able to go.
I can't believe we're going to have to find another fucking cabbage.
We are.
I heard 10 Town's nice this time of year.
If that even still exists.
We'll be living in squalor. Wait, no, Panic fixed it. Hooray!
Hooray! Wait, Empty, how do you know all this, if I can ask?
Why don't you know this?
Right, it doesn't help to ask a question for my question. It's because this is new information to us, because you're knowledgeable about this stuff from thousands of years ago for some reason.
Thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that's when all these logs are from.
That man is from 1,000 years ago?
At least.
At least.
You see that the outsider is like not looking at Empty, but is like clearly paying attention to just how Empty is right now.
Empty, I have a question for you.
You have lots of those.
If you're familiar with time magic, like super familiar with time magic, and you're from a time where that's a relatively known thing, Empty, were you around for the Mage War?
What?
Were you around for it? Does it make any sense when we say the stuff that we say about it?
No, not at all. What's a war?
See, that's what I don't understand. You don't know what a war is, but you know what time magic is.
Okay, let's slow down. Let's slow down a minute. Empty, a war is when two groups of people fight each other over ideological differences, resources, things like that.
That's stupid. Why would people do that?
Because
humans are stupid.
Okay, easier question. Why do you never take your helmet off?
Because I am empty.
Okay.
He just takes it off. There's nothing there.
Yeah, there's empty, literally empty. Stupid. When you say you're empty, what do you mean you're like there's nothing inside of your armor?
Does it seem like
Go
Does it
roll
seem like
What?
Okay.
What am I doing?
I was gonna say, when you ask that question, I want everyone to roll an insight check, please.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm fucking pushing.
20.
22.
15.
Let's go. Tell me.
Oh
15.
no, 14.
I got a big mouth and I'm not afraid to use it.
How did I roll so low?
Barely, Kai.
Yes.
oh shit?
Ooh.
Come on.
When you say, is there something in there, Empty's body language changes briefly, as if it's something else for a brief moment when you ask that question.
Sorry.
And
say
then
again. His body language changes, or
Yeah, the way they like stand shifts out of character
okay.
for a brief moment and then shifts back.
Hang on. Kai is gonna narrow his eyes. And Empty doesn't do anything after that. He just returns to normal and then doesn't move.
They pause for a while, and then they turn towards you, Kai.
Mm-hmm.
There was someone here before. They're gone now.
There was someone here before. They're gone. Do you know where they went?
Deeper.
Are they still
Hiding.
around?
Always.
That would. Kai starts to put it together and stops talking.
You, all of you, should not involve yourselves with this.
It's a little late for that.
No, it is not.
Why?
It is folly to fight against the gods.
That's not what we're trying to do.
That is precisely what you are trying to do.
We're not trying to pick a fight, but we'll finish one.
When you say that, Easton kind of looks at you from across the table for a moment.
Yeah, Milo follows in queue. Looks back to Empty. Empty, if anything else, we found out that these pieces are of a dead god and need to be returned somehow. We want to find out how we can do that.
I have to roll something here.
Oh!
Everybody make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, jeez!
Saving throw.
And a wisdom saving throw, just to make all
Empty
the
just
saving throws.
explodes. Turns out Empty wasn't empty. They were full of explosions.
There
Connor,
was
I
someone
have
else before, but now it's a fireball.
I have a new theory about Empty, and if it's if it's true, it's gonna blow my mind.
Mud told me a story once.
Huh?
They said Mud, M-U-D.
Yeah.
Mud told me a story once.
That before the gods were gods, they were something else.
Oh my gosh. This. Oh.
You know what they were?
They were people, just like you. And then they were people like... I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
No, you're fine. I know it's probably weird.
Milo,
Hi.
I asked you a long time ago that men who control time are gods. And you told me that yes, they were. Is that true?
Well, I'm trying to remember when I said this.
It was so long ago. You may have completely forgotten about it. But
Yeah,
Empty
yeah,
asked
right.
you, people who control time, can gods control time? And you said yes.
Well, Empty, it was my belief that a god would control time, and that through that god's power, other people could control time, but done through their will, if that makes any sense. It's like what I do with the sun.
What if they can do it without your god?
And we've got a very big problem on our hands.
What are they then? What are they?
For the first time, Empty sounds genuinely panicked.
Mm.
Like in a way with intention.
He's asking about people that can control time. What are they?
Yeah.
Milo, what are they?
I don't know, Empty. That's what we're trying to find out.
Easy now, easy. The outsider puts a hand on Empty's shoulder, and you can see them kind of catching their breath.
Sorry.
Perhaps it's time for an intermission.
I'm sorry for yelling at you, Milo.
It's all right. We're all experiencing a lot right now.
Can I ask you all something?
Sure.
That man in the loop, the one who did the time magic, if he were here right now in front of you, what would you do to him?
When Empty asks that, you guys will notice Escan, who's kind of just had his hands resting on the table, he starts to grip the table very tightly. And he kind of is shaking a little bit, kind of restraining himself.
Seeing that nobody seems to answer, Kyle kind of half step forward and say, I think I'd ask him why.
I don't know that I would give him the chance.
Otho looks at Escan.
He stole eggs. He experimented on them. That's not what people do. It's not what they're supposed to do.
Why? What would you do, Empty?
Me? I
Yeah.
can't do anything.
What would you do if he was standing here right now?
Nothing. I would do nothing. It's not my place to... I can't.
Why not?
Be...
They're quiet. They don't respond.
Kai narrows his eyes at Empty.
I can do nothing. That is like asking a rock to swim.
What would you want us to do to that man if he was in front of us?
I do not get to dictate what it is that you do.
Sure, you can't force us, but you can offer up a suggestion.
You once again see Empty's body language kind of warble again.
Nothing. Nothing.
Something's stopping you from doing something, isn't it?
Can I look at the outsider?
The outsider looks very concerned right now. Like they're holding onto Empty's shoulder right now, and they seem like a concerned dad right now.
Did he react to Empty's change in posture? Could he sense that?
Roll an insight check on the outsider.
Ooh, good question.
That's a good question.
Come on, Otho, you're good at these.
20 man.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Good stuff.
You do
Otho.
you do notice a shift in his behavior when Empty is I guess normal would be the way to put it. Like what you're usually contending with, the outsider is firm parent leader. The moment you see Empty kind of warble a bit, there's a bit of softness in the outsider's touching of the shoulder
Demeanor.
and whatnot. They seem to be much more gentle.
So, Empty, I have another question for you.
They don't really say anything, they just look up at you.
When you met Milo's mom, I don't know what she said to you, but you told her stuff that you had never told us. I think she said something when we were leaving that you probably should. And considering that we basically told everybody in this room everything that we found, no matter how horrific or weird it was, if there was something you told Milo's mom that you haven't told us, at some point in the probably very near future, you should say it. And I get not wanting to say it to a room full of people, but at the very least, you should tell Milo.
I can't tell him.
Why?
Because he's him.
Who? Because he's Milo?
Yes. I can't tell you because you're you as well.
But you told his mom because his mom isn't us?
Yeah. Because she's her.
So you can only tell certain people?
Yes.
So something is... Huh.
I am sorry.
It's okay. Miles actually gonna go run to his side. Listen, what you told my mom, that's fine. If you can't tell me and can't tell us, that's fine. Just take your time. There's a lot going on right now. And whatever you can say, we appreciate. If you can't, that's fine too. We don't want to overload you. Outsider, if oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Outsider, if you two need to take a break, we understand.
Empty, come on, let's get some fresh air. You watch as he takes Empty and just kind of like pats him on the shoulder a couple times and like helps lead them out of the room. And Empty kind of like trips on their own feet a bit. They seem very disorientated by this line of questioning. And as they leave, Hendrik smiles and goes, "Well, that was fun."
I'm gonna shoot him like the most mean look that my little body could possibly make.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring some levity to this. That was quite intense.
Kai's gonna look over at Otho.
Let's take it back a bit, everybody. And he'll look over at Kai.
Does Otho give any inclination that he picked up on anything that happened with Empty?
He just appears to be that during that whole conversation. It looked like he was lost in thought. But if he's thinking about something, if whether he realized something or not, it's hard to tell.
Gotcha. Then Kyle just kind of look at him for a second, and then it will be very obvious that the gears are turning in his head as you kind of collect the room.
It's hard to get more information from someone who might have an inkling as to what to do in this situation, but they don't seem to even know what they know.
Something is stopping them. I'm almost sure of it.
I don't think it's something. I think it's someone.
I think you're right. I saw it.
What'd you see?
It was so subtle. But it was a shift in their posture for barely a split second. There's someone else in Empty or attached to Empty, something like that. But it's the first time I've ever seen it. I was looking for it and it was just a shift. And then he went back to normal.
Ogren's still in the room, right?
Yes, Ogren is.
Ogren, have you ever seen anything like that? It's some kind of magical condition where there could be two consciousnesses in one body?
It's not a magical affliction, but when I was reading medical books, I was studying areas of responses to intense stress when I was taking care of the children. You remember, yes?
Of course.
I don't know if this is what is happening, but there are times where the mind creates another consciousness.
It's like a multiple personality kind of thing.
I believe the disassociation identity, yes.
It's a defense mechanism when you go through trauma to just kind of put it in a box and not think about it.
I don't know MT enough to know if that's the case, but that's non-magical. Magical, though, I mean... Argren kind of scratches the side of his arm and he goes, considering the horrors you experienced in that Mage Vault, perhaps something of that nature is also causing something of a similar effect. It's too many possibilities. I don't have a definitive answer, only theories, and it feels unkind to make such theories on someone who seemed to have gone through just a bit of duress in this moment. I apologize.
No, that's fine. It's just, it's kind of odd because MT asked what war was and then said that the concept was stupid. I wonder maybe if, whether it be the Mage War or just war in, some kind of war in general, pushed him to just completely disassociate with the very concept.
Maybe.
The problem is he disassociated with everything. The most basic things in the world, but there are still very specific.
Basic to you, perhaps complicated for them.
But then they understand things like time magic. There's something going on there that I can't figure out.
We must be gentle, Lynn says. I think that was pushing it a little bit too far. Not that I blame you. But if what Arjun says is true, if perhaps this is a mechanism to protect themselves, there must be something they're protecting themselves from.
Otho will look down at his hand, and he will make the ring of mind shielding visible. I wonder.
You think that would work?
This ring has a property to it. If I were to expire while I'm wearing it, my mind would enter the ring. And the next person who wears it would be able to interact with me. I wonder if something similar is going on.
That wouldn't explain why they're forbidden from saying certain things, unless it's just what they know they fear will hurt us somehow.
Monty, quasi-mechanical question.
Yeah, go for it.
Would we, as our own individual classes, be knowledgeable of spells that we would be able to cast in future levels, but not being able to do so currently?
If you make an appropriate check, you may, yes.
I would love to do that.
If you're doing a cleric spell, it's either religion or arcana of your choice.
Okay. Okay. That's a 12.
12? What level spell is it?
What's the spell?
I don't want to divulge that yet.
DM it to me. DM it to me, Gaijin.
Okay, 1 second.
By the way, Kai, Otho, you did nothing wrong there. That was just, heavy. Oh!
We're tied at the hip.
I didn't do shit.
So yeah, that.
You would, yes. With a 12, you absolutely would.
Excellent. Guys, here's the thing. There's a spell that myself and druids and even wizards called Gaius. It's a charm. He makes a mouth. He makes a.
It comes back.
He makes a mouthing. Milo makes a dismissive mouthing motion with his hand.
Well, I'm sorry things are called things, Mr. Brightbeam.
How do you even know what this is?
To be fair, it's probably my fault. We used to talk a lot about
Anyway,
just a word.
Yeah,
it's a spell that creates a charm, and if you're compelled to do a thing or not do a thing, and if you don't do it or don't do it, it deals an insane amount of damage to your psyche. I'm starting to wonder if maybe Empty is afflicted with some kind of similar spell, just like a greater intensity.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but most spells wear off, don't they? How long does this spell last?
That's not entirely true. It depends on the spell.
All right,
And how strong it is.
so the spell by itself lasts for about a month, but if this is done by something greater, the duration could be years. If a stronger caster is casting it, it could be a very, very long time.
There's even certain spells where if you are strong enough, you can make it permanent.
That's correct. Oh, in fact, okay, yeah, I guess I would know this. If it's cast by someone who's incredibly strong, and I mean really, really strong, it
Did you say
never
like
ends.
20th, 17th level, maybe?
You know, I'm trying so hard to stay in character. Connor. You are not
I
helping.
give you props. I'm here with you. I'm ready.
To answer the question, it could last indefinitely if it's cast at a level high enough.
You may have something there.
So if something
But-
like that is afflicting him, that would explain
If
why he
that's-
can't say anything.
If that's the case, then why was Empty not affected by your mother?
Because she's her. And we're us.
There must be something if it's magically preventing him. There's got to be like a trigger phrase or like a category that we're included in that she's not.
Be far
And
from
there's-
me to discourage your planning, but who would want to cast such a spell on someone? For what reason? Hendrik says.
I don't know. Maybe
mean,
they have. If they know something that we shouldn't.
I mean,
Yes,
you've seen the kind of enemies that we're capable of making.
that is absolutely correct.
Milo, if you just told your mom what we just found out, wouldn't she just tell you?
See, I asked her that, and in her own coy little way, told me that she couldn't tell me.
But that's what Empty said.
Exactly.
But your mom's not under a spell.
No, but maybe my mom understands that since I'm a potential catalyst for something terrible to go wrong, she won't tell me.
Is this a situation where, like, if they give us a piece of information, it'll make whatever's supposed to not happen actually happen, so they can't tell us? That kind of a thing?
I imagine something very, very bad might be happening.
A butterfly effect?
Yeah, kind of.
What's the one thing we all share that would give people reason not to speak to us?
Well, the only thing that we've all shared is we went through that plague, the thing that Blightwing hit us with.
We all died.
We all turned to Lynn.
Gaius puts his finger up, and yet we're here. Much like
Yeah.
that god who is and who isn't, we're timeless.
That's fair.
We were.
Our vases were reassembled.
But did we keep all the pieces?
But we didn't really die. We were just
I
kind of in
didn't.
stasis, right? Like, there are people who are not alive because of that. We just kind of were. We were like in a time.
Len, were we dead when you found us?
Only sort of dead.
See, that's what I mean, is we didn't actually die. We just kind of stopped.
We
Exactly.
did die, but only a little.
You died, but you did not change in that time. I don't think time magic was involved. Nikrekta has no ties to time.
Back to my quiet stasis I go.
No, no,
No, Zito, come back! Chime in, please. That was a good point.
So we had it was like being in a coma.
Yes, that would be the medical term for it.
Yeah, so we didn't die. We were just in a coma, but we're the only ones that had that effect that we know of. Everyone
No.
else didn't survive, right?
There are others like you, but they did not wish to help me and they went their separate ways.
Rebu was one such,
Indeed.
Right.
though we won him over.
Yeah, he's part of the team. But that's what kind of ties us all together. That would be the thing that few people have experienced.
I will say this, Lynn chimes up. I found that Empty speaks to me more freely than she does to anyone else.
Otho squints. It can't be because we're all men.
Maybe?
Oh, yeah, because Milo's mom. Oh, really? Also, did you say she?
I mean, we don't know.
I've just been saying they.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the DM snafu. I meant to say
I
that.
was like, did I miss
okay.
something?
Because I was
Did I-
thinking about Lynn. I was
No,
like,
already
Lynn, woman,
Okay.
and yeah, my bad.
Pronoun.
To be fair, everyone has been using everything for empty because we don't
It's
fucking
true.
know.
Oh no.
She said this to me. How do you know it's a C? Lynn just smiles.
You see,
You'll
it's a
learn
sixth
someday,
sense,
son.
Actually.
Fucking sitcom
Did
sting
any of you
music
ever
starts
just
playing.
ask?
This feels like a fucking like the TV special episode we're going through right now.
So wait, Empty does talk to you about stuff?
Not a lot of things, but asks a lot of questions. They've seemed more comfortable with me.
But they're also comfortable with the outsider, so I don't know if it's a gender thing.
Yeah, but have they been talking to the outsider about a lot of stuff?
Only one way to know it, and that's to ask the outsider.
Right.
If
I
we're
don't
all
know.
done with conjecture about Empty while they're
Yes,
not here,
let's change the subject, I think might be best at this point.
Well,
I feel
does-
uncomfortable talking
Wait.
about such a subject.
No, never mind. I'll keep it to myself for now.
Well, does anybody have any other insight about the Mage Vault then?
My current question, Hendrik chimes up, is whether or not we should inform the king of Delvaria that they currently have such a thing sequestered in their nation.
Why would we want to alert them?
So that way, if it were to get out, they would have some sort of plan in case of its escape.
I don't think they have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's not getting out.
True.
Well,
We should
but
still tell them.
Yeah.
it's still on their land.
At least Rergerar.
I don't know if that's a.
Would enjoy that prospect.
I don't know if I trust them.
I don't know if it's a good idea to tell a kingdom that thrives on fighting, who's just finished a war with their neighbors, that they also have a potentially mega powerful chimera beast on their land.
I
Yeah, they
just
might
A
just-
war
I
that
think
they
it's all the
won
more
without
reason
needing.
to tell them.
I agree with Gaius.
The Delvarians are brutes, but they're not stupid.
Sure.
Was that in character?
Yup.
Okay.
We should
Again.
inform them.
Lynn kind of nods, goes, do you wish for me to pen up a message then? I could have it delivered to your friend Strigal.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely.
Strigal's
Sir
not
Kree would be
in
a perfect
Delvaria.
liaison for this.
Is Strigal in Delvaria?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
still
he's
Yes.
with Redmond.
Yeah.
Oh. How did I forget that? I thought he was still in. Okay. my bad.
Hearthland? No, he was with Redmond. We left him there.
I forgot.
Yeah, he's basically acting as a liaison, sort of.
I didn't
Mhm.
realize he was staying there.
Yeah,
He
he's
was.
staying there.
Yeah.
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 We didn't take
That's
him
my
back.
bad.
So how did he get home?
That's my bad.
So we
Well,
could have
people
gone
can
and grabbed
travel
him before all
Bosco.
this.
We could have, but it's
We
too
could have
late
grabbed. Say no!
You take Strigall and you take Strigall.
I believe it's a worthy endeavor, Hendrik continues, to inform our neighbors of a threat on their land, whether or not we believe it is an imminent threat or not. It's a sign of good faith, and it's better for them to know of a great threat than for their enemies to take advantage of it without their knowing.
Then we better tell them not to send anyone inside. I don't think the abbot would see everybody as pilgrims.
I mean,
I
to
would
be fair, they're gonna have a heck of a time getting through the front door.
Do we also inform them about the Myconid colony?
Lynn
I
kind
don't
of
think they
scratches her head and
need to-
goes, I don't think they would care. I mean, if the door is locked, unless they know the way in, they won't get in. I think it's more of just them just knowing that it's there, that it exists, so that way anywhere nearby has a way to respond.
Very
We don't
well.
even really need to tell them exactly where this is, either. Just that it exists.
I
assume
think
that's
that
what
may
you
be for the
intend.
best.
I agree.
I get informing them, but yeah, the less they know, probably the better.
Was there anything else?
Zoe kind of scratches her face. I have one concern.
That
Yes.
is-
Desmond Duchenne. I wonder if he'll continue to send people there.
I don't doubt it.
I mean, that's
Well,
why
we do
power
know that-
goes.
We did find the scouts that he had sent. And as suspected, they were dead.
Desmond Duchenne is the type of man to send more men after they fail to return.
Yeah, he's gonna
Well,
keep escalating it, but we have people there that are gonna look after it. So good luck.
without these strange electric devices, like this one. Without these strange electric devices, they cannot access the store of knowledge that we did.
Hmm.
And if they want to get any of the valuable stuff, they're gonna have to deal with all of the Myconids.
They are going to have to go through a vast Myconid colony.
I just wonder how many men Duchenne will send before he sends a man who can kill a dragon. But sorry, I worked for the man for a time. I know how ambitious he is. If he catches
Yeah.
a whiff of this Epochian material, as you put it, that he would probably spare no expense. I just
I
think
don't-
perhaps it might be wise to check in every now and again.
I don't
don't
disagree.
We do have a
Any of us were-
teleportation circle. Oh, my mistake.
No, it's good.
Go on.
I don't think any of us want to leave that place alone for very long, so given the distance between it and him, or at least where we think he is, I don't think we have to worry about more than maybe one or two groups of people max.
I trust your judgment, Zoe says. Kind of nods. There seems to be just, Zoe worked for him. She seems just kind of like, oh boy.
Yeah,
for sure.
How,
Yeah.
how many people are going to die before he sends something either really big or stops?
Mhm.
Uh,
I don't think he
We aren't
stops.
going to let them fall into the hands of someone like that.
Lynn...
also-
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say there's also other mage vaults that we haven't looked into that could be equally as important that aren't as well defended.
That
So we at least
reminds
have a little
me.
bit of time.
Wynette of the Emerald Cairn has spent a small contingency group to keep an eye on the mountains and keep an eye on anyone going through who seems to be heading that way. The town has been nothing but quiet, so if there's any developments in that regard, we'll let you know.
Very good.
Which leads me to my inquiry. We'll be sure to log all this information and keep it well hidden, and anyone amongst us will be sure not to speak a word of this to anybody. Excuse me. I got some cobwebs in my lungs.
No.
Ugh.
Okay. Actually, that reminds me. How fared your endeavors on trying to figure out all the stuff happening with Athel and a potential contingency plan if we can't teleport out of there?
You watch
You
as
develop a
Lynn
lisp.
Lynn and Augur look at each other, and you just see, like, just their expressions go dour. We've got nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah, right.
We'll keep looking into it, but one of the things we thought that could be wise is perhaps, if we're lucky, we could potentially scry on John before you go in, determine what state that he is in and where they're holding him at the very least before you go in. In terms of something to assure your safety, we have... And Ogrun kind of chimes in with initials. Pig shit. We've got nothing.
Is it possible to detect a scrying?
It is, yes. Detect magic reveals a scrying spell. If there's any
Then it
other
might-
defenses we don't know about as well.
It might be best to hold off on that front. We need them thinking that Jarn is of no value to us.
Maybe that, but if we're expected to engage with him as the leaders of the country, I think it would probably make sense that we do everything we could to make sure it was safe before we showed up. They might just see it as us taking them seriously.
It's also potentially escalation if they're like, oh, you just want to send magical stuff over here, huh? Touche.
We're just checking. We're not sending anything.
It honestly doesn't matter what we think. It's all about how they perceive it. That's kind of how politics works.
You don't have to tell me that, Kai.
Speaking of politics, I don't think that's our next stop anyway. It sounds like we're going to this magical city.
Is that your intention? Lynn says.
I mean,
We have so many points that are converging on it right now.
It
I
does
feel like-
seem like a lot of our roads are leading to Alavast.
I mean, all the stuff we're dealing with is forbidden magic. All of the signs seem to point towards the city. Now, apparently, you tell us about this thing that happened 21 years ago. Like, it just makes sense to go there and figure it out and see what your sister knows.
Yes, I have finished penning my letter for my sister, but I'll have to probably repen it, requesting you the ability to speak with this high priest of Oriara in their large temple. They might have more insight as to your time conundrum.
I hate to be that person, but you're all kind of forgetting something.
Kind of look over to Gaius.
Mm.
An act of war is hinged on a hostage that we need to answer. Simply walking to this location without solving this problem first is a very, very dire and very irresponsible idea.
You're speaking
don't
about
know.
Jarn, yes?
Yes.
I don't think that situation is going to change much if we take care of this.
No, but it's going to make the situation worse the longer we sit on it.
Not necessarily. Again, it's all...
I cannot comprehend the idea that waiting on a person itching for us to jump into their arms to talk to us about a neighboring nation's budding system spying on them and letting that sit for just more time at a time. I can't sit here and fathom that one of two things is going to happen. Well, they're not answering us. Execute the prisoner and start sending out our spies. War were declared. Or get them over here now, get an explanation, and then we set the trap off. Either which way, both are very terrible ideas to sit on.
There's a few things that need to be taken into consideration because this is a very delicate situation. You are correct. However, there are a few things we need to be considerate of. Currently, there is no monarch. Whatever power this
Viscar Luke.
Viscar Luke claims to have is only because he's the highest one up on the chain. We don't know how much actual authority Viscar Luke has in this situation. Secondly, if we all scramble to get Jarn back, it's going to make us look desperate. It's going to make them think that Jarn knows more than he does.
He definitely does not. So he says very matter-of-factly.
How about this for a question? Zoe, what would you want us to do? What would be the right thing to do?
I want my boy back, that much is true, but I would not condemn the 5 of you to a fate. I could not forgive myself. I want
Make
him
no
back.
mistake. We are going to get Jarn back. But we're going to come out smelling like roses when we do.
I am sorry, Gaius. I understand why this concerns you, but if there's no way to assure your safe return, I think Lynn has the right of it. You need some way to escape.
Which
It is
by
a
the
very,
way,
very reasonable concern.
if we go
Mr.
to this
Acme.
if we go to this magical city, there might be something there that we can find that would give us a route to get out if we needed to.
We said the same thing about the Mage Vault.
And it didn't turn up any fruit, but we got valuable information, but that doesn't mean you stop trying. We could go in now, but then we are screwed if they cut off access to that circle, and then we're stuck. We got to be very careful about when we choose to go there.
I share your fears in this, Mr. Acme. That is why we must make sure we do this right.
We're starting to gain more than just fears, but by all means.
Well then, are there any other matters we need to discuss?
I do not-
Monty? Sorry.
Yeah?
Yes.
Obviously, conversation has been happening for a long time. Has there been any change in Gleen's behavior
That's a good question.
regarding what we've been talking about?
Gleen has occasionally turned over, especially in high emotional moments, but has made the world's shittiest origami.
Good.
It's not shitty. It's art.
It's sure, yeah, okay, you can call it that.
Whatever you say.
Whatever you
Says
say,
Monty,
Chief.
the art major.
Yeah,
right. As someone who knows art,
it's definitely a form. It doesn't
It's
really
a
have any
choice.
discernible shape, and it's very
It's
bizarre. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense. But Glebe has been present, but obviously has had no input and no real they're a hard read. I mean, that's all you can kind of get, unfortunately. You picked up a weird one. That's all I'm gonna say. You adopted a weird one.
everybody's been a weird one.
I just picture the video of that bird tilting its head over and over and going, huh, 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 huh,
Yeah, that's apt.
It's Knuckles doing the head tilt from Sonic Adventure 2, but in
Yeah.
person form.
Oh my god.
Kai's gonna kind of look around at the group, the entirety of the group. I mean, if we don't have anything else left, I think it's probably a good idea if we maybe sleep on it, talk about it in the morning.
That may be wise. Either way, this was good information, and thank you for letting us know about it. This could potentially have some implications. Having an ally in a deep dragon, and also thank you for not bringing it home, Lynn says.
I don't think it would have come home if we wanted it to.
Yeah,
I think it would have taken a bit more convincing.
True. Sometimes it does not hurt to leave some of these things behind where you found them. But I digress. I will pen a letter to Rezra Ragnas, specifically you wish. I will pen up some additional information, and I will rewrite my letter to my sister.
We probably ought to get somebody in here to sweep up all these spores, else we prove ourselves wrong.
You probably could use a bath, yes. You smell like compost. I didn't want to say it, but you do.
That is fair.
All right. In the morrow, we shall speak on this matter. All of you get a good night's rest. Meeting adjourned. And you watch as everyone kind of nods. And they make their way out of the room. New information to ruminate on. Political shifts this way and that. But a strange city with a strange history ahead of you. And as you all head to bed for the night, that is where we're going to end the session.
Oh.
That was a lot of information.
Yeah.
Guys, I think we're heading back to Alavast.
We might be going home.
Yeah, Lynn and Ogrun rolled to try and figure out how to get you guys in and out of Athol. Lynn rolled a 5, Ogrun rolled a fucking 2, and I was like, oh no.
Great!
Oh, that's awful.
Oh no, guys.
That's all right. They have another
plan.
opportunity now. We're buying them time.
11% of a plan.
Roll that again, but better this time. God dang, good session, everybody.
Can
That
we
was
use the
fantastic.
help
Yeah.
action to give them advantage?
By the way, Monty, I just want to say thank you for putting all that work into that vault. That was a fantastic vault.
That was
For
super
real.
cool.
It is not in any way, shape, or form what I expected.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I didn't expect you to go there for like 3 more levels. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
Oh, really?
fine.
Yeah.
I can tell!
So we got there like a year and a half early.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
we got there super early, and now we're like, oh, look at all this stuff that we probably should have done later in the game.
Oh boy.
It's
there
okay.
now.
We'll be double ready the next time we go back.
Yeah.
It's like it'll
Yeah.
be like going through the dungeon with the game guide. Oh, I forgot the brand. You know the ones.
Nintendo Power?
No.
Yeah.
Get the power.
Prima. Thank you. I knew somebody
Prima.
would know. Thank you, Zito.
They're still around, you know.
Yeah, the Prima
Dang.
official guide of the
know.
Mage Vault.
I know there wasn't anything
Crazy.
like big fight or anything today, but I kind of needed it because like I'm still like
I mean, that's fun.
we-
You're
that's
dying.
a huge fight.
I'm still
I
dying.
love roleplay sessions.
We had
this was
word fight.
fantastic. This was social combat.
It's a very dense
Yeah.
session of lore and information and like
Yeah.
character interactions.
Yeah,
Sorry,
my last 2 weeks of
Empty's
notes.
like fucking hell. I can't say anything.
Empty's
but-
weird. We don't know what the
Empty's
fuck is
super
happening.
weird. I
Weird
have a
boy.
I have a new theory, and I'm gonna roll with this one until proven otherwise.
Oh, gosh.
I'm gonna wait for.
Remember when
Empty to
Milo
tell.
thought they were a vampire?
Shut
I
up.
mean, what a funny time that was.
If only it were so simple.
If it were that, yeah, I was about to say, if only it weren't that complicated.
If only it were that simple.
Yeah.
They take off their helmet, they are a vampire. What the fuck?
I called it! I called it!
No.
You all laughed at me.
My theory proved true.
Called me
Oh,
racist.
man.
You guys
I
are
mean,
going
you still
like
are,
you're,
but you
you
were
guys
right
are going
this time.
all over Europe with these accents, man.
Yeah, we don't want to take your character from you.
Exactly.
Will you
God.
very-
When will you there be?
Then video Vevix.
Oh,
All right, let's
man.
send this around the horn so Monty can rest.
Oh.
We'll start with Zito. Where can they find you and what are you up to?
Oh god! Hold on, I'm stretching my
Yep, you're
back.
not-
Fuck!
I know you're not ready. Uh-huh. Yep. You gotta stay on your toes. I'm not like Connor. I don't go in order. I'm chaos.
All right. Twitch.tv/Zito. Tomorrow is either going to be indie games because I brought back Bargain Barrel, or at least I'm attempting to, which is a little showcase where I show off video games that come out that come out during the course of the month with a budget of only $100 because most of the time indie games don't cost all that much. I'm at $86 spent within the first week and a half. Yeah, a lot of good games came out this month. and we're not even fucking halfway there. Beyond that, my commissions are open. I would love to spend money to get more cool things out, like paying voice actors for continuing on with Balcart, and also paying artists for a upcoming homebrew piece that I'm going to be putting out soon. For a D&D game I will be running very shortly, back with the pirate stuff that I used to do for TMS at the table. So I need commissions as much as humanly possible. You can catch me on my Discord at Zitto is Nito if you want to get in contact with me, and we can run estimates on how that works, because I don't have prices up because I don't do pricing anymore. I do them based on estimate of the job that you give me. So hit me up and we'll talk that out.
Very nice. Mark Allen Jr., where can they find you and what are you up to?
Oh, we're just playing fast and loose with the order now, huh?
Uh-huh.
You can find me on Blue Sky at Mark Allen Jr. here on Twitch at Aeon Protect Gaming, where Sunday I'll be doing my 3-hour music challenge stream. I spin a genre wheel, and then whatever I get, I got 3 hours to make music in that genre. Come on by. If you want to participate, you can. Make some music, and I'll play it on my stream, and we'll talk about it and share, and it'll be a great little moment. I'm also over on Connor's channel on Tuesdays for Vecna Eve of Ruin, although there may be something to discuss about that for next week, but I'll let Connor talk about it. And then there might be maybe a surprise little fun stream thing on Friday. More on that when I have it nailed down, and for sure I'm doing it. Might also maybe involve someone who's also in the call, maybe. Check my Blue Sky. I'll update you. Also watch Dr. Stone. That's it for me.
Monty Glue, tell them where they can find you.
When I'm not coughing my brains out, I muted so much in this stream, by the way, in case people are wondering why they didn't hear me cough. You can find me hopefully tomorrow doing Dungeon of the Mad Mage. I actually have to poke everybody and see if they're available to play tomorrow. Friday will be Final Fantasy 14. Saturday is Variety streaming. Sunday is my day off. Monday is Kirby and Cold Rock with Xanalis Grimm. Tuesday is Vecna Eve of Ruin, and then in the evening, bi-weekly, it's Keys from the Golden Vault, and then Wednesday I'm here. I hope people like the session. I'm sorry, I'm like, man, that was a lot of talking this session. I hope everyone was cool with it.
Yeah, we had a blast, and it seems like everybody's enjoying it in the chat. You know,
how dare not I allowed to be casting Fireball?
Exactly.
Kaboom.
I know one person that was happy with today's session. That was Gaijin Goomba. Where can they find you?
Oh man. Twitch.tv/Gaijin Goomba every Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 p.m. US Central. Also on Blue Sky and literally every other social media except Instagram. I don't believe. Actually, no, I am on Instagram. Damn it. This weekend, hey. Do you like Metal Slug? Do you like Metroidvania games? Do you want those two genres to come together? That's what I'm streaming. It's really good. Hang on, I'm trying to pull up the title. Guns of Fury. It technically releases tomorrow, but I don't stream tomorrow, and I will be showing that off. Oh, it got updated. Cool. Sorry. But yeah, I'll be doing that. New Orc video that's going to be coming out on the second channel this weekend. I know there's a lot of people that are like, man, I love this content, but I don't know diddly dick about 40k. Well, I'm going to help you a little bit. I'm going to be doing a sort of lore video and tabletop rules video, but it's from my Orcsona, so it's going to be stupid. Of course it is. It's going to be great. And then New Witch Ninja later on this month on the main channel. We're finally talking about Koga from Pokemon, like OG Koga Pokemon. I know people are like, which version? I don't know yet. There's a lot of Koga out there. We're going to figure it out. That man perplexes me in his design, but also there's a lot about him that I'm like, oh god, that's supremely ninja. But yeah, I like the fact that I became this ninja authority, even though I never said that I was. People just keep telling me I am, so I guess here I am now.
That's how it goes, dude. Just like with me. Aren't you the kobold guy? Yeah, I guess I am.
I mean, I don't like being called an expert. I'm a student. Like, I'm not a teacher. I'm someone who finds things that I think are interesting online and then shares them with people. That's how I view this. Please don't put me on a pedestal. I don't want that pressure. I guess me.
And that brings us around to me. You can find me at EdBoscoV on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and right here on twitch.tv/EdwardBosco, where tomorrow, Throwback Thursday, we are doing Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. That is the remake of the original Metal Gear Solid. I'm super excited to play through it with the friends. You should come on by and say hello. It was voted on by you in our last stream. Friday is going to be more MNW Friday Night Flashbang on my good old wrestling stream. Saturday will be some Baldur's Gate. Sunday is the Lord's Day, so allow me to rest. Monday will be Stalwart Souls when we are able to continue, but we will be off this week. And then Tuesday, I've got Vecna Eve of Ruin. They ruined my evening with Vecna, with Connor on his channel, and Monty, who tolerates me 3 days a week now. I'm so sorry. But that's me, so I'm going to throw it to Sid. Life is very cruel. Sick and dealing with Bosco, two things that you never want to have to do. Connor McKinley, take us home. Where can they find you? What are you up to?
Thank you for having me on Switch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky, at Distortion Devil, Instagram, at Connor McKinley VA.
Reboot. Reboot.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're having a stroke. Reboot.
Yes. You can find all of my TTRPG shenanigans over at youtube.com/Devils and Dice Rolls. I do have an actual video plan, not just a VOD. Yeah. I'm also currently helping our good friend Pharaoh out with a video on his own channel. As well. If you are anticipating or like some of the stuff that I do over at Devils and Dice Rolls, then you can go ahead and support our Patreon, where you can continue to fund my hobby. Right here. And I will make free content for you.
Hey.
There's also a bunch of other fun Patreon benefits that I may or may not get into at a later date. But for now, that's really all there is to know about me. All the usual stuff, all the usual places. This episode was brought to you in part by Die Hard Dice.
Indeed, Die Hard Dice.
Yeah.
Come on, Mark. Give me take two. That was awful.
Listen, 3 of you did it for me, so why did I have to go 100%?
Because you always give 100%. Always.
Fine. Die Hard Dice!
We're gonna go with the 8 take just to fuck them.
5% now.
No, we're just going with the 8 take to fuck them.
With a little less brown. Thanks.
Get a little more beige.
A little more beige?
A little more beige.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
hold on. Oh my god!
Yep, that was it.
What?
Perfect.
Yeah, okay, sure.
There it is.
Nailed it.
Die Hard Dice!
Oh my god, I got the whole thing.
Die Hard Dice.
What was that?
All right,
promo
let's
code
move
again?
on, please.
It's your one-stop shop for dice and dice accessories, and if you head over to dieharddice.com, you can use the code Unexpectables to save 10% on your order. As well, check out our merch store. We got all sorts of fantastic bits of merch that you can pick up right now, as well as some really, really cool stuff coming down the pipeline. But that is in the future.
Yeah. You know what's not on the merch store? These wonderful work pins that I have in my hand that I am holding hostage. Be nice to me.
Got him.
These look so good, guys. I'm looking at it right now. It's so good.
It's so cool. Like
They
that
look
we
so
have
good.
I
The
know we have our
quality.
merch store, but it's like it's so cool
Wait,
to actually like
Monty, do the voice.
bark.
Oh, it's even better. Yes. All right, I'm putting it back.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited
they
for the
look
rest of this,
so
and I hope
good.
it makes it on time. Oh man.
I'm very excited. You guys need to get these. They look really, really good.
The stickers are gonna be very, very cute as well.
wait
Exclusive
to see
stickers.
them.
They're gonna be holographic stickers too.
Holographic stickers.
Yeah, like-
Holographic stickers.
Like glittery and like really like like fractal pattern stuff.
Perfect for your luggage.
Oh, wow.
Or your backpack. Or your notebook.
Or your laptop or your binder
Or any of it.
Or
Your
Or your
Xbox.
D&D books if you want to put that.
Gorp.
Or your notebook
right.
laptop.
And then we get keychains, hopefully, that will arrive hopefully on time.
Fingers
for your
crossed.
Keys.
You can show your devotion to the gods, of which there are 3 in this.
But we wouldn't be able to
instance.
do any of this without bits and subs from viewers like you. Thank you. We left off with Thunder for 1,000 bits, talking about their job working the Super Bowl. So as Connor goes through and tries to find that.
Oh, I dissociated. I heard Super Bowl and I went blank.
Sorry, Thunder for 1,000 bits is talking about working the Super Bowl.
Let me see.
Oh, nope, we lost him again. You gotta
see if you can find
way
that.
to tell him where we left off.
Superb owl.
Okay, so the Superb Owl, they were working their job at the Superb Owl, and it is 1,000 bits from Thunder. A wow 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 wow.
It's 1,000 bits.
It says 1K.
Because I'm seeing,
correct.
I'm seeing
it's
several.
20
Hang on, I need to go back.
It starts with "Hey Reclaimers," so it might be 21 bits. This thing is weird.
Okay, I'll just start
But
there.
also- yeah,
From Thunder. Wow, wow, wow.
that's what it
With
is.
21 bits. Hey, Reclaimers. It's been a fun, hectic week of working the Super Bowl and my new job at a food bank. Oh, very cool.
That was the one.
Aligned Plague, thank you for the 100 bits. Love in-universe DM questions. My wizard has an orb that they can ask the world questions for in exchange for scaling psychic damage for forbidden knowledge.
That's pretty great. I like
Yeah,
that.
that's a good idea. I'm going to write that one down.
I would 100%.
No, wait, we already
be
have the rock.
player.
Don't do the psychic damage.
I would 100%.
Oh, that
be
does
the
something.
player Who just does? I've got like half health every session because I'm constantly asking questions.
Excellent. Crimson's Dragon, thank you for the 11 months. Thanks for all the fun times. Thank you for being here for them.
Yeah.
Killer Chansey, thank you for the 10 bits. And Bosco, Serena Williams, crip walking on Drake's grave.
We did mention that. Yes.
Yes.
Damn. GTG Maximo, thank you for the 100 bits. Look a hat!
God damn it. I hate that comic so much. So stupid.
God.
Jesus Christ.
Gooby, please.
Goopy, please. Why you cry though? Cause Goopy, you won't kill Spider-Man. Alright, I'll kill Spoderman though.
The brain rot is too strong.
I'm calling
There's no
the cops,
saving us.
Goopy.
Susky, you need to come back to. You need to come back to Conaville Gauge.
Read the
You need to come back to
Read the
Conaville
bits,
Gauge,
Connor!
Susky.
No,
Zito's
this is who we
starving.
are now.
Oh God.
Gwen Ninja, thank you for the 100 bits. Definitely going to need to re-listen tomorrow. The painkillers from yesterday's surgery are killing my attentiveness. Ain't no sleep like a hospital stay sleep. Ooh. Hope you recover soon, Gwen Ninja.
Yeah.
Aldolf Galvarium, thank you for the bit. Thank you for the 22 bits, actually. Title idea, In Eggs and Time.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I was just subconsciously waiting
Hey,
for
keep going.
commentary.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to let
No
you zoom through
comments.
them. 'cause
No
nobody has
comment
to
on
eat.
that one.
None.
Noted.
None.
River Rat, thank you for the 10 bits. Episode title, Need to Know.
Whoa!
I know.
Did that work? Was that
Powerword
good?
Fart, thank you for the 50 bits. Need to rewatch the episode later. Need to head to bed early. Episode title, Wibbly Wobbly.
Timey-wimey.
Ah, so you're familiar.
Callan Draws, thank you for the 30 bits. Cyrus Einsla, thank you for the 100 bits. Yes, tell the adult Topaz Dragon his art sucks. Let's see how well that goes.
To be fair,
We did kick his ass before.
yeah, we've beaten his ass
I don't
once.
even know if Glee would register. If you're like, your art sucks, I don't think Glee would even know what
I will
you're.
mentally send a picture of what he
Before we
made.
could, before
an
we could
equal
finish the
sign,
sentence, he
and
would
then
just be
an
lying on his
outhouse.
back.
He just broadcasts 2 terabytes of furry porn into your head.
What?
Oh, my art sucks? Check this shit out.
That's psychic damage.
My heart.
Why are they all-
I just
why
thought
are
it
they all-
was just terrible.
Why are they all Sonic OCs?
I just fucking thought of something terrible. Oh my
Yeah.
art.
Oh, yeah?
My art sucks. I think you should fear the person who can draw all of you pregnant.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just the entire all the reclaimers, Mpreg, just it's like Professor X with the Goku and Vegeta thing.
Take 8, 10 psychic damage.
Oh my god. Awful.
Tonight, the music seems so loud. Callum Draws, thank you for the 15 bits. Episode title, Time to Think.
I like that.
Killer Jancy, thank you for the 10 bits. Episode title, Trauma Dumping.
There was a lot of that.
Like Tabuya, thank you for the 10 bits. Episode title, What Time Is It?
It's pretty good.
Trauma.
Ooh. Zen Lita, thank you for the 100 bits. Episode title, Walking on Eggshells.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's a multifaceted answer.
Yeah.
Got him, Mark. Cyrus Einsla, thank you for the 20 bits. Empty removes their helmet. It turns out they're 20 quicklings.
Here we go again.
Fuck off.
Roll sleeves up.
You are me, and I am you. Man, I'm about to whoop your old ass. Stellar Coyote, thank you for the 100 bits. We need Log to officially dictate the tale of Oriara. In the beginning, Oriara created the constructs because she's awesome and stuff.
Then she killed this dude and trapped this other dude in a time loop for over 1,700 years. Because she's awesome.
Rub-a-dub-dub. Thanks
Because
for the
she's-
thank God.
Because she's quirky, haha, funny.
You telling me Oriara's whole fucking ordeal is traps you in a paradox affectionately parentheses.
Yes. That's how she won't
She
be
puts you in the forever time.
Everyone on the fucking everyone on social media is just like, oh, I can't believe this bitch. We gotta get her back. Oh, she said affection. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I thought I had to cancel her. Oh, all right. But
Puts you in the forever timeout.
Traps you and traps you and traps you.
Bet she's good friends.
Oh, wrong kind of trap.
I bet she's really good friends with the Lady of Pain.
She is
You
the
know what?
Lady
She
of
might
Pain.
just be the Lady of Pain.
Ah, shit.
That would be crazy.
Lady of Pain's pretty quirky too. Pretty funny, goofy, silly, haha.
Callum Draws, thank you for the 20 bits. Thank God Oberth and Gherkin weren't there. They'd probably try to make a water bucket trap out of the Apokian material.
I had a thought. I saw that message.
The
I had a
most
thought-
epic prank ever.
I had a thought of like for like a stupid reason the party's like, okay, Oberth Gherkin, just hold on to this, don't do anything with it. And it's that video of that cat eating the kibble really loudly, like the crunching, and it's Gherkin just eating it.
Okay.
we gotta find a use for this.
Sky. I pay good money for those chuckle fucks. Sky Ender, thank you for the 100 bits. Title suggestion, Stuck Between Spells and Time. Hulksternator, thank you for the 42 months of Prime. With Empty seeming to have did know, and Ilene being the god of mental health, does that mean Empty is Moon Knight and Milo's vampires owe them money?
What?
Huh?
Damn.
I think
The conspiracy theory is really out there.
On your tinfoil
Yeah,
hats,
DID.
everyone.
Again, that's just a theory that Ogrun has. He's like, I don't know if that's what's going on, but because magic exists in this world, it could be fucking anything.
Dissociative identity disorder. I see.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Ah.
Hence
Acronyms.
Did.
Your Conscience, thank you for the 10 bits. Escan sleeps very soundly today, knowing that his wife isn't a cliffhanger today, but soon.
I don't know if Eastman's going to be doing anything soundly for a while.
Funk Master Grunty, thank you for the 100 bits. Horrific experiments in splicing the draconic gene. This is the darkest episode of Dragon Tales I've ever seen.
Damn.
Excellent.
Dragon Tales, trauma bond with Dragon Tales.
Existential horror, yeah.
Stream in Dragonland.
Emerald Bandit, thank you for the 100 bits. I have so much anger that I can't get the time off to come to the con. Please find a way to put the wark pin in the shop.
We'll do the best that we can. We'll look into it.
Yeah. We'll see.
Pins may also be available at other cons if other cons happen.
That's true. If we ever do another con, I'd be willing to get more. We could also like, if we have any at the end of the con, we could always save them for like a charity event too, maybe.
Yep.
But
yeah,
that's true. GGG Maximo, thank you for the 100 bits. You're welcome, Mark.
Huh?
You're welcome, Mark.
For what?
You're just welcome. Do you not want to be welcome?
I'm never welcome.
I welcome you to my home multiple times. I paid you in a chair, Mark.
That's not welcoming. That's a job.
I paid you. I've given you food, a chair. I offered you a bed, but you turned your nose at it.
I didn't turn my nose at it.
Sorry. It's been an interesting week.
That wasn't very welcoming of you guys.
you got that right.
More heck, thank you for the 100 bits. I can't believe the walking continent is a weapon to surpass Metal Gear, and that wasn't even the craziest thing about this session.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's quite what a question to ask. I was like, God damn, okay.
Yeah.
I wrote it down there for a reason. I'm like,
Yeah,
hey,
it was on the
like,
list.
This, it had to be there. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 100 bits. If you guys release the groom, I want every head to be King Ghidorah's third head.
The derpy one.
It's just like 12 dumbasses.
Everyone's so worried about releasing it, and then we free it, and it's just every eye blinks individually.
Like a wave.
The Abbot is like, this is why I'm the Abbot. I must protect this precious bean.
Literally, Abbott, he's so stupid. How could I not fuck him?
Oh, wow.
Oh god, that's a Roger and
That's a
Jessica
thought.
Rabbit situation right there. Draw it, chat. You won't.
But
It will.
8 heads.
16.
This is getting dangerous.
Maybe more. Imagine.
Keep going, Connor.
Cyrus Einslow, thank you for the 21 bits. Connor, I feel slightly called out by the furry art comment. Laughing my ass off, though. I mean, hey.
It's not an insult.
It just means you've got a large store of mind deleter toxin on you. Callum Draws, thank you for the 10 bits. Exiled for the return to Alabast. Excited for the return to Alabast. Sorry, that T was very flat looking.
Mind.
I'm exiled.
Exiled.
My fucking Alabast.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Zitto.
Can't wait to see everyone again.
Aw.
Amateur Crastinator, thank you for the 100 bits. Mother Oriara either puts your art on the fridge or puts you in the fridge.
It could be both.
You
Poor
are
can't
the
believe
art
she's
you
going
wanna
to-
be on the
That's-
fridge.
That's right.
Can't believe she's going to
right.
kill us horrifically off screen. Scythe the Drago, thank you for the 10 bits. Episode title, Empty Time. Bubba Bob, thank you for the 300 bits. Vault-Tex experiments just keep getting weirder.
Oh God. We're gonna get to the end of this campaign and find out it's actually connected to the second best show on the Unexpectables.
This is how we get the dog ending.
This
Turns out
sucks.
the gods Empty's talking about are just the Runaways.
It was you all along. And final bit from Spartan123 Rex. Hey, how do I advertise you guys to my cons? Look for contact info on your local cons website and just tell us or tell them about us.
Usually they'll have suggestion forms, or they might have, you know, a guest relations person that you can write to and say, hey, I want to see these people at the convention.
John convention, get it done.
Yeah.
Oh, who do we want to raid? I have a suggestion.
Because
They've been having a pretty rough week. It'd be nice to give them some support.
Are they perhaps playing Final Fantasy?
I do have.
They are.
Then I will allow it.
Yeah. I do have one final bit drop from Bubba Bob. 300 bits. You guys are technically living in a post-apocalypse world.
Wow. Let's not go into that. Let's just raid somebody.
I'm not going to say anything.
Let's go in. Let's raid somebody before we get canceled. Come on.
Depends on what your definition of the word is.
Are you guys okay
What
if
are
we
you,
raid
Bill Clinton?
Brachiozoid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with
Let's do it.
All right. What should our raid message be?
Fuck you, Bracky.
No.
Wow.
No.
Oh, no? Okay. I'll try to do better.
Egg time.
Egg time. Yeah, egg time.
There you go.
Sure, egg
Egg.
time.
Egg time. All right. Take care, you guys. See you next week.
Bye, everybody.
Unrecognized command. Oh, I gotta put raid before Brachiozoid. I put
Yeah,
slash
yeah,
Brachiozoid.
raid and then Brachiozoid.
Yeah, I did. I sure did.
Have you
I
done
sure
that,
did.
Monty?
It's Monty, don't feel bad. I actually tried to raid Unexpectables last Saturday and forgot the.
Oh no!
Monty typing in the words.
I am so
It's okay,
fucking
Gaijin.
ready.
I tried to raid you the other day and I forgot the H.
Yeah!
You stole it! You idiot! You stole it!